The human mind is not a fixed map. It is shifting terrain, fragile and uncertain, built on memory, silence, and fragile patterns of thought. Science maps its currents with machines, and measures its storms with signals. But there are moments where no measurement holds. There are stories that resist answers, cases where memory unravels, where identity vanishes, where thought itself refuses the order we expect. Tonight, we listen, not to solve, but to witness, to drift through fractures of consciousness that remain unanswered. You are not listening alone. Somewhere, in another room, at another hour, someone else is drifting into these same mysteries. We share this silence. So, before we begin, I ask you, where are you listening from, and what time is it there? Leave it below. Let us see how far across the world these mysteries travel. Tonight, we drift together.
There are reports of a rhythm beneath the Pacific. A steady beat, recorded on hydrophones anchored along the stretch known as Kamora Ridge. It arrives every 37 minutes. Without drift, without hesitation. Always the same length. Always the same pause. As if the sea itself were keeping time. For 3 unbroken years. It has not shifted, by even a single second. The Navy logged it as interference. Geologists tried to tie it to a hidden vent. But no plume followed. Biologists proposed some deep creature. Yet no migration, no heartbeat known to science, moves with such perfect arithmetic. When researchers replayed the signal through separated arrays, something stranger occurred. The pulse began to arrive, before it was transmitted. Echoing ahead of itself. Folding minutes into tight, silent loops, beneath the weight of water. Technicians who monitor the feed describe the intervals as breathing. An exhale stretched across minutes. Then, a clean, patient stillness. Then the return. Not mechanical. Not biological. Tidal. As though the memory of water itself, inhaled and exhaled. Tonight, the ridge is quiet on the surface. Stars shake on the black skin of the sea. Far below, the pulse continues. Counting something, we do not yet name. Still. Divers stationed near the reefs of Tenera reported something that at first seemed harmless. While lowering hydrophones during a routine survey, they heard a single note, suspended in the water. It rang with the clarity of struck crystal. Delicate. Yet impossibly loud. Traveling across kilometers, without distortion. They thought it was equipment feedback. Until the recording was played back. And the tone was still there. Rising. Falling. Circling. Repeating itself, without end. The sound had the structure of resonance. But no bell, no shell, no geological cavity large enough, existed in the region to sustain it. Vents release noise, yes. But that noise scatters. This one gathered itself, into a perfect loop. Reverberating without loss. Weeks passed. And the note persisted. It began to shift slightly. As though answering the motion of the divers. A reply, following their gestures. One diver described it as standing inside glass walls. Invisible, yet enclosing. Another admitted the sound followed her into sleep. A memory of tone etched behind her ears. When the survey ended, the resonance did not. It remains audible on archived tapes. A fragile, endless toll. As if the sea itself were holding a bell of unseen glass. Waiting for someone to hear it ring. Forever. The earliest files came from hydrophones, anchored beneath the line islands. At first, they sounded like distortion. Tangled vibrations. Weak and uneven. Flickering like faint static, carried across endless miles of water. But the longer the machines listened, the more order appeared. Several threads of tone layered themselves together, weaving through each other with impossible patience. They rose, swelled, and fell. Never in unison. Never in collapse. Like a choir rehearsing in perfect silence. Its voices stretched thin. The researchers nicknamed it the hollow choir. It was easier than trying to classify it. Sound needs space to gather, chambers to reflect and resonate. But here, the sea is open. The trench, unbroken. No walls to bend notes into harmony. Yet the voices persist. Unwavering. Repeating their fragile cadence night after night. As though awaiting an audience that never comes. Spectrograms show curves and inflections that resemble fragments of speech. Vowels. Formed from resonance. Consonants, from collapse. One analyst swore she heard her own name echo back across the file. Another admitted the patterns followed him into sleep. Shaping dreams with tones that hovered between language and song. The hollow choir cannot be dismissed as current or machine. It carries intention, but not source. Voices without lungs. Harmony without body. A song carried endlessly forward by water itself. Near Tokelau, researchers stumbled on a signal that refused natural sequence. It was a hum. Faint at first. Low and steady. Like an underwater engine, heard from great distance. But when instruments charted its arrival, the pattern showed impossibility. The hum was reaching receivers before it was transmitted from the source array. The signal arrived early. Every time. At first it was considered a calibration error. A slip in timing software. Yet 3 independent systems confirmed the effect. The noise echoed backwards. As if the ocean itself bent chronology. Engineers replayed tapes in slow motion. And discovered layers that overlapped. One track moving forward. Another, reversed against it. Interlocking like reflections in broken glass. Divers who swam above the array reported hearing a faint hum. Not through their ears, but through their bones. A resonance pressed directly into marrow. The effect left them dizzy, disoriented, unable to sense whether moments were unfolding or rewinding. No natural phenomenon should preempt itself. But the reverse delay continues. Each hum sliding just ahead of its own creation. To listen is to feel time tilt slightly. A reminder that even the sea is not bound to sequence. Survey ships near Tonga reported erratic compass swings. At first, deviations seemed minor. A few degrees left. Then correcting. Then tilting again. But patterns worsened. Needles began to trace wide, deliberate circles. Completing rotations every 45 minutes. Instruments were recalibrated. Replacements showed the same drift. Magnetic fields can shift near volcanic ridges. But here the crust is quiet. The seafloor stable. No venting gas. No shifting plates. The drift remained unlinked to geology. Researchers dragged magnetometers across the ridge. And found lines of force twisting into spirals. Vanishing. Reappearing. With no origin. Worse, electronics on board began to fail. Not collapse. But interruption. Lights dimmed for seconds, then steadied. Radios cut to silence, then returned mid-sentence. It was as if the sea carried a loop. Erasing intervals before returning them unchanged. Navigators confessed the strangest detail. Even when instruments spun, their sense of direction faltered with them. Sailors reported walking in circles on deck. Turning endlessly, without realizing it. One officer described standing still, yet drifting sideways, unable to hold balance. The anomaly continues. Every 45 minutes, compasses circle, currents vanish, and location itself trembles. The magnetic drift has no map. It redrafts the ocean as it pleases. Beacon buoys near the western span of Tenera Trench once relayed signals at precise intervals. Safety measures for shipping lanes and naval patrols. At first, disruptions were brief. A single ping lost. A gap on the log. Crews assumed interference. But gaps multiplied. One buoy vanished from record for 3 full days, reappearing later with no drift, as though its broadcasts had folded into silence, and then returned intact. Technicians investigated. The buoys were inspected. Circuits tested. Each confirmed functional. No damage. Batteries full. Yet unpredictably, entire hours of signals would be erased, as though swallowed. Playback confirmed only black intervals. No static. No distortion. Just absence. Then came the final loss. 3 beacons, arranged in a line across the trench, ceased transmission together. Entire sectors fell dark. Patrols searching the surface found nothing disturbed. Buoys remained in place. Lights flashing, as if nothing had changed. But hydrophones below captured silence, where their signals should have been. A naval diver tasked with manual inspection reported the strangest sensation. As he approached the buoy, its light seemed to fracture, splitting into afterimages. He swore he saw 2 of them. Then 3. Drifting like reflections. He reached out. And in that moment, all recordings stopped. Minutes later, transmissions resumed, as though uninterrupted. The vanishing beacon remains unsolved. Intervals of absence continue without warning. Signals erased without trace, reappearing untouched. The ocean does not resist our machines. It simply chooses when to let them be heard. Survey drones charting the seafloor south of Tarabai returned data that at first seemed corrupted. Their sonar revealed lines etched into sand, spiraling outward in perfect coils. Teams assumed mechanical drift, an artifact of the drone's path, until divers descended and confirmed the shapes were real. Vast spirals, each hundreds of meters wide, carved into the seafloor like deliberate designs. Natural currents can sculpt dunes, yes, but these spirals defied explanation. Each ridge, evenly spaced. Each curve, precise. Arcs unbroken. The patterns extended across kilometers, intersecting, yet never colliding, as though drawn by hand, with unimaginable scale. Attempts to trace origins yielded only strangeness. Hours after mapping, new spirals appeared further along the seabed. Fresh, unscarred, untouched by storms. No machinery sighted. No seismic displacement. It was as though the ocean itself reshaped sand overnight, writing something beneath the surface. Divers described unease within the spirals. Compasses faltered. Voices carried strangely, echoing across invisible walls. One reported hearing her own breath return seconds later. Warped. Unfamiliar. Another claimed standing within the center felt like standing inside an hourglass. Each grain of time, circling downward. When the drones returned weeks later, the spirals were gone. The seabed smooth. Blank. As if nothing had been touched. But deeper scans suggested faint traces, hidden beneath new sand. Like palimpsests. Messages erased. Rewritten. Waiting for the next reader, bold enough to descend. Fishermen near Guam reported a whistle carried across the waves at night. It began faintly. A thin, rising tone. Then slid downward in a wavering fall. Repeating at intervals. Like someone breathing through a hollow reed. At first it seemed atmospheric. A trick of wind. But when hydrophones captured it, the file contained no trace of natural weather interference. The whistle was recorded clearly. Echoing. As though produced inside an empty corridor. Crews described the sound as strangely directional. One boat heard it approach from starboard. Another, at the same time, heard it moving behind them. No triangulation held. The whistle traveled in ways that defied location. Some reported hearing it within their cabins. Not outside. But resonating from the wood itself. Tests ruled out whales. Subsurface vents. Even mechanical transmissions. None matched the pattern. Each whistle rose, paused, fell. And ended in silence lasting precisely 12 minutes. Before resuming. Witnesses described unease. Men swore they heard fragments of speech, hidden within the tone. Words caught halfway between note and voice. A woman listening through headphones insisted she heard her own name. Whispered, before the file ended. One night, during heavy weather, the whistles vanished. No tape has captured them since. But crews still claim that. Under certain calms. When the sea holds its breath. The phantom whistle rides through the dark. A reminder that the ocean sometimes sings, without source. South of Neria Atoll, divers reported a current unlike any they had experienced. It was narrow. Contained. Running like a river, through the ocean itself. Step outside its invisible walls. And the sea felt still. Step inside. And water carried you forward in a perfectly straight line. As though through a hallway, of unseen boundaries. The current did not shift with tide or season. It maintained a constant velocity. Sweeping sand into parallel ridges. Attempts to map it revealed strangeness. Sonar displayed two vertical planes running alongside the flow. As if transparent glass, formed the corridor's walls. Echoes bounced. Not scattered. As though held. Divers described dizziness after minutes within. Sounds warped. Voices echoed strangely. Their own bubbles stretched into columns. Instead of spheres. One diver claimed his watch advanced faster than the others outside. Losing nearly 8 minutes, during a 30-minute descent. Currents should meander. Break. Merge. This one obeyed geometry. Vanishing into the trench, like an endless passage. Attempts to follow were abandoned. Equipment failures rose. Fear spread among crews. Weeks later, when the team returned, the corridor was gone. The water moved as any other. Yet sensors still show, at irregular intervals, faint echoes of those invisible walls. As if a forgotten passage remains hidden, waiting for tide to reopen it. An array of sonar beacons, placed off the coast of Kamora Deep, was designed to test signal propagation. Each device transmitted in sequence. A chain of pulses. Marching across the trench. For weeks, the system performed flawlessly. Then one morning, silence spread through the chain. Technicians assumed failure. Divers inspected the first beacon, and found it operating. Circuits humming. Power intact. Yet no sound emerged. The second beacon too. Silent, though fully functional. Every device in the array broadcast nothing. Machines alive. But mute. More unsettling was the discovery that, when relocated onto ships, each beacon resumed normal operation. Only when lowered back into the trench, did silence return. As if the ocean itself swallowed their voices. Crews noticed something else. Within that silence, ears rang with phantom tones. Faint pressure, humming like tinnitus. Hydrophones confirmed it. Frequencies outside normal hearing trembled faintly, undulating between silence and near sound, like a coded whisper held beneath the threshold. Weeks later, after unexplained restarts and stops, the array was withdrawn. On the last night before removal, several divers reported hearing a low, endless chord as they surfaced. A vibration in the marrow that lingered even after the sea lay calm again. The silent array became a warning. The ocean does not reject our machines. It chooses when they may speak. In the northern span of Bairoa Plateau, divers described an invisible threshold. At a depth of 160 meters, water pressure abruptly changed. Gauges spiked, as though they had plunged hundreds of meters deeper. Yet bodies felt no additional weight. Suits strained. Dials screamed. But lungs remained steady. The anomaly formed a veil. A thin layer separating ordinary sea from something else. When divers passed through, they emerged into water where sound warped. Voices slowed, echoing seconds behind. Even the rhythm of bubbles shifted, each expanding unnaturally. Before vanishing, cameras captured distortion lines, frames bending like heat mirage. Above the veil, all was normal. Below, light dimmed unnaturally fast. Shadows thickened, until torches reached only a few meters. After 10 minutes, divers reported pressure in their skulls. Not pain, but presence. As if thought itself were being compressed. Samples collected from within showed no difference in composition. Same salinity. Same density. The veil existed not in matter, but in measure. One diver described surfacing afterward with the memory of hands pressing against his helmet. Invisible, yet firm. Another said she dreamed of corridors pressing inward. A tunnel built of nothing but weight. The pressure veil persists. Recorded on dozens of dives. A layer of unseen threshold, reminding us the sea hides not depth alone, but dimensions, unmeasured. Fishermen north of Palmyra Atoll began to report a call that repeated itself endlessly. It resembled a foghorn. Deep. Resonant. Carried for miles. Yet unlike any horn. The sound replayed in precise loops. Every 40 seconds, the call began anew. Identical in pitch and tone. Hydrophones confirmed the file. Analysis showed the recordings were not merely similar. They were exact. Each waveform identical. Without natural drift. As if one note had been pressed into the sea. And forced to repeat, forever. Crews grew unsettled. On deck, men reported hearing the call shift direction with every loop. One moment it seemed to rise from the west. The next, from beneath the hull. Some described hearing it from inside their skulls. Attempts to triangulate failed. Whenever ships moved, the call appeared ahead of them, as if pulling them forward. A small craft followed the sound for 2 days, yet never closed the distance. Eventually, fuel forced their retreat. Weeks later, the call ceased. Silence returned to the waters. But archived files still show its pattern, perfectly aligned. Without error. Like a ghost recording of itself, embedded in the ocean. The looping call is not remembered as sound alone. Those who followed it recall the uncanny sensation of chasing their own echo. Never closing in. Never escaping its draw. Tuvalu Trench harbors vents, unlike any elsewhere. Most vents release heat, gas, or mineral plumes. These did something stranger. They inhaled. Divers descending into the trench reported currents drawing inward, sucking water down into invisible chambers. Then, after minutes, the direction reversed, exhaling with equal force. Entire valleys seemed to breathe, pulling, pushing, with patient rhythm. Hydrophones confirmed it. Every cycle lasted 21 minutes. A deep intake roared faintly. Then silence. Then, a slow release. Like the sea itself, sighing. Fish scattered from the flows. Yet the trench remained barren. As if life refused to settle. Where the world itself expanded, and contracted. One team lowered weighted cameras. Frames revealed curtains of sand and silt, drawn inward. Then expelled outward again, in graceful waves. Nothing mechanical was found. No seismic disturbance explained the rhythm. Divers described unease inside the wells. Chest pressure shifted. Lungs struggling to keep rhythm. Against the trench's inhale. Some claimed to feel their own breathing, drawn into synchronization. One diver surfaced pale. Convinced her heart had stalled, and restarted, with the vent cycle. Scientists argue over theories. Hidden caverns. Trapped gases. Seismic resonance. None fit the perfection of the rhythm. The breath wells remain unanswered. Currents should wander. Not pulse with lungs. Yet in the trench. Something inhales. Something exhales. And the ocean waits, between. Satellite scans of Opero Shelf revealed geometric shadows crossing the seabed. Each square measured nearly a kilometer across. Lines intersecting, at right angles. Researchers assumed imaging error. But subsequent passes confirmed their presence. When divers descended, nothing visible appeared on the seabed. Sand stretched flat. Unbroken. Yet sonar mapped sharp divisions. Invisible walls that reflected pulses, with crisp edges. Within the grid squares, currents slowed. Outside, they raced. Divers described unease when crossing boundaries. Some claimed they felt resistance. Like stepping through unseen membranes. One noted that sound muffled inside the squares. Voices dulled. Bubbles quieter. Another recorded her flashlight beam narrowing. As if corridors were closing around her. Though no structure existed. Weeks later, storms shifted the sand. When satellites returned, the shadows had realigned. Squares offset into rhomboids. The entire grid rotated, as though reconfigured. The shadow grid persists in archives. Its angles cannot be dismissed as chance. Nature bends. Fractures. Meanders. It does not draw lines, with ruler and compass. Theories propose sonar glitch, magnetic interference, or light distortion. But divers still describe boundaries. Invisible walls, on a seabed without walls. Geometry inscribed not in stone, but in absence. Hinting at design, deeper than sediment. The shadow grid remains a reminder. Even emptiness can be built. And silence can hold shape. Navigational charts once marked a shoal, east of Kiribati. For decades, sailors avoided it, reporting breakers rising where maps warned. Then, without reason, the shoal vanished. Ships passed directly over the coordinates. Depth stretched unbroken. Survey craft sent to verify, confirmed deep water. No obstruction. Yet older logs remain. Sonar spikes. Wave patterns. Warnings written by captains who swore they saw rocks jutting from foam. One even sketched a lighthouse, faintly visible, before it dissolved into mist. Modern crews still report anomalies near the coordinates. Compasses jitter. Engines falter briefly. Some describe breakers rising on calm seas. White foam appearing, then vanishing within minutes. Hydrophones capture echoes, like waves striking stone, though the seabed lies hundreds of meters below. Legends among islanders call it a wandering ground, land that appears only to those it chooses, then retreats beneath the surface. Skeptics argue it was error, a reef destroyed by quake or erosion. But the persistence of echoes, breakers, and failing machines suggests something stranger. A place not gone, but withheld. The vanished shoal no longer appears on charts. Yet sailors still cross themselves when passing the region, whispering of rocks beneath waves that appear only in memory, surfacing when the sea desires. The shoal near Nerea has been marked and unmarked on charts for centuries. Sailors described sandbars rising and falling, appearing at dawn, gone by dusk. Ships ran aground, where the day before, no obstruction existed. Others passed safely across coordinates, where wreckage was later discovered. Modern surveys sought to settle the matter. Sonar sweeps recorded clear ridges of sand, tall enough to breach the surface. But when divers arrived, the seabed was smooth, currents unbroken, no trace of bars or ridges. Days later, the shoal reappeared in sonar again. Its presence flickered, like a ghost between tides. Fishermen still report breakers at dawn, foam rising, curling into perfect arcs, before fading into flat sea. One described rowing across a still lagoon, only to find sand beneath his keel, grounding him, until the tide shifted. Minutes later, the ground dissolved, and his boat floated free, as if lifted. Theories suggest shifting sand, carried by hidden currents. But the persistence and precision defy chance. Local legends speak of an island punished to wander, never anchored, forced to appear and vanish with each tide. Charts now mark the region with a blank circle. Unreliable. Mariners avoid it, not trusting water that conceals ground. The shifting shoal remains, a place neither land nor sea, but something between, revealed only briefly, before slipping back beneath silence. Descending into Kamora Deep, a submersible captured images of the seabed unlike any known formation. Instead of rugged slope, the walls descended in even terraces, each resembling a stair, cut into the abyss. The steps stretched for hundreds of meters, perfectly aligned, as though carved by unseen architects. Geologists debated. Natural layering occurs, yes, but not with such symmetry. The risers were uniform, each drop near identical in height. Sediment gathered evenly across each step, as though arranged. No seismic evidence explained such shaping. Divers who approached described vertigo. The terraces seemed endless, stretching downward into a staircase with no bottom. Some felt pulled along, descending faster than controls allowed. A pilot reported his depth gauge leaping, as if the craft skipped steps, dropping floors unseen. When cameras returned weeks later, the stairwell appeared changed. Terraces misaligned. Some eroded. Others collapsed into sheer walls. Yet the overall impression remained. Ordered descent. In a world that resists order, legends claim the stairwell leads downward forever. A path not to the seafloor, But elsewhere, navigators warn against descending too far, fearing that once taken, the staircase may not allow return. The stairwell of Kamora Deep remains etched in logs, half geological, half impossible. A reminder that depth does not always collapse into chaos. Sometimes it arranges itself into strange precision. Beneath Wake Atoll, divers reported beams of light that did not behave like sunlight. Instead of scattering, they formed straight lines, intersecting at angles, like scaffolding. The pale lattice shimmered faintly, illuminating the sand with geometric precision. When cameras attempted capture, frames appeared blank. Only faint haze registered, as though light itself resisted recording. Yet divers swore they could trace entire structures, grids suspended in water, without material. Some described walking through corridors of light, each intersection sharp, each beam cool against the skin. Though intangible, the lattice shifted slowly, rearranging itself over hours. Angles bent, corridors closed, others opened. Like architecture, breathing. No surface conditions explained the phenomenon. One diver admitted to following a corridor too far. She reported hearing faint whispers, as if sound itself traveled along the beams. She surfaced shaken, unable to repeat what she thought she heard. Later, sonar revealed anomalies aligned with the lattice, reflections forming invisible geometry beneath. The pale lattice is dismissed by skeptics as visual distortion, a trick of refracted sun. Yet survivors insist. No sun scatters into architecture. Light does not choose angles. The lattice persists in memory, half glow, half silence, reminding explorers that even light can take shape where it should not. Between Kiribati and the open Pacific lies Sandglass Strait, a channel where currents shaped in unnatural symmetry. Mariners describe walls of water rising on either side, smooth as glass, enclosing them in a corridor that stretches for miles. Within the strait, navigation instruments falter, compasses spin, depth readings shift. Yet the current remains stable, carrying vessels forward in straight passage, as though along invisible tracks. Divers who attempted descent reported walls of sand suspended, grains flowing upward on one side, downward on the other. Time seemed to split. One half reversed, the other pressed forward. Watches disagreed, each crew member recording a different minute for the same moment. The name Sandglass comes from these accounts. Currents shaped like inverted hourglasses, drawing motion both ways, enclosing travelers inside a flowing tunnel of time. Legends claim ships have vanished here, entering the strait and never emerging, their tracks erased from charts. Some sailors swear the strait resets, returning them hours earlier to waters they already crossed. Scientific attempts yielded confusion. Instruments capture anomalies, then blank, then resume, without explanation. The corridor persists, holding shape despite storms. Sandglass Strait remains a paradox, an hourglass built not of glass or sand, but of water, bending motion into unfamiliar rhythm. On the seafloor east of Nanui, sonar scans revealed a ridge repeating in ratios too precise for nature. Each outcrop mirrored the next, distances aligned, patterns symmetrical, as though designed. Yet no human hand touched this place, and no known current sculpts stone with mathematics. Divers descending the ridge reported vertigo. Each feature seemed mirrored, yet never perfect. Like reflections, slightly misaligned. As they swam forward, the world doubled. Arches repeating. Walls echoing. Shadows overlapping. One diver described it as moving inside a hall of mirrors. Each step misstepping into a reflection. Measurements confirmed the ridge repeated in segments of golden ratio. Volcanic rock should fracture irregularly. But these fractures aligned with elegance, more akin to architecture than geology. Some divers claimed to hear faint tones while drifting between outcrops. Like resonance, trapped in stone. Others reported their own reflections appearing in helmet glass. But delayed. Moving seconds behind. The ridge of broken symmetry cannot be explained by erosion or plate shift. It remains a question etched into rock. Symmetry written in places where symmetry should collapse. Legends suggest the ridge is a remainder of something larger. An order broken, yet not erased. A design abandoned, yet still breathing beneath water. Charts from the 18th century show an atoll south of Rapa. A ring of reef, with a small lagoon at its center. Early captains logged its breakers. Its birds. Even sketched crude outlines of coconut palms. Yet no trace exists today. Satellites pass over the region, showing only deep water. The atoll erased from the map. Though its records persist. Modern expeditions revisited the coordinates. At night, sailors swore they heard waves breaking against invisible shores. Some saw faint spray under moonlight. Plumes rising from nothing. Compasses jittered. Radios faltered. Yet sonar mapped only void. Depth plunging without obstruction. One fishing vessel reported grounding on what seemed like reef. Their hull shuddered. Scraping hard surface. But by morning, when divers descended to inspect, the seabed was clear. No scars. No coral. Their keel bore marks, though no stone existed to leave them. Legends claim the atoll drifts. A fragment of land cursed to rise and sink. With no warning. Island folklore calls it the place that does not choose you. A refuge withheld. Except in dreams. Mariners describe unease in its waters. As if watched by something that refuses entry. Though dismissed as error, the phantom atoll endures in logbooks. Its breakers crash in silence. Its birds will overseas, where no land stands. A geography erased. But not forgotten. Waiting for night, to let it surface again. Divers off Rapa Nui followed a trail of stones that seemed arranged. Not scattered. Each slab lay in sequence. Broad and flat. Descending from shallow shelf, into deeper dark. The road stretched outward. Straight. As if guiding footsteps, into the abyss. Archaeologists debated its origin. Natural basalt fractures sometimes mimic pavement. Yet these stones were smoothed. Their edges aligned. Their course too deliberate. Local tradition spoke of roads that once connected islands. Paths now drowned. Some whispered it was the unfinished way of statues. Moai destined never to rise again. Explorers who swam along the stones described unease. Shadows clung tighter here. Fish avoided the trail. One diver claimed his lights dimmed at each step. As if drawn into the slabs themselves. Another said he felt weight pressing forward. Urging him deeper. As though the road carried intent. When storms shifted the seabed, the road vanished. Sand covered the stones completely. Sonar hints at shapes beneath. But excavation is forbidden. The lost road remains debated. Artifact or accident. What cannot be denied is its effect. Those who followed it recall the sensation of walking downward, into a silence designed to never return. The sea buries, and reveals, at whim. Here, it may have preserved more than stone. It may have preserved direction. On quiet nights near Pitcairn Island, residents have long whispered of low drums rolling across the sea. The sound is not storm, not surf, but deep, percussive beats. Steady and slow. They arrive in sequences. Pause. Then resume. As though guided by invisible hands. Sailors at anchor reported the drums traveling through their hulls, vibrating planks and rigging. When they stepped ashore, the noise faded, only to resume once back at sea. Hydrophones later captured faint bursts, but files revealed nothing mechanical. Frequencies fell outside normal percussion, resonating lower than wails, lower even than volcanic rumbles. One night, multiple vessels heard the drums align. Beats rolled across the waves in synchronized rhythm, circling the island. Crew described it as a summons. A pulse wrapping Pitcairn in invisible walls. Some grew nauseous, others anxious, unable to rest, until silence returned. Local legends recall ancestors warning of the island's hidden guardian, a being whose voice is heard only as rhythm, through water. Skeptics argue it is tectonic resonance, waves striking cavern floors. But the precision challenges that view. Intervals repeat, with uncanny steadiness. Like a coded message. The silent drums continue to unsettle. Some claim they foretell storms. Others believe they are memory. The sea replaying a forgotten ceremony. Each beat is a reminder that sound can be presence. And silence does not mean the absence of voice. In archives across Europe, sailors' maps from the 17th century show reefs and islands across the Pacific that do not exist. Terra Australis, Crespo Shoal, Los Jardines. Names given to places charted with confidence. Each was drawn, measured, sometimes described in journals. Yet when later expeditions searched, no trace remained. Phantom maps puzzle historians. Were they errors? Mirages? Or inventions? But explorers were not careless. Coordinates repeat across charts, each drawn by different hands. Something was seen. Something was marked. Even stranger are the journals describing encounters. One log mentions a harbor with fresh water. Another notes smoke rising from inland hills. These details vanish with no explanation, leaving charts littered with absent land. In modern times, satellite imagery confirms only open water. Yet anomalies persist. Some coordinates show faint color shifts, blurs that resist focus. Sonar sometimes records shallow rises where charts once marked ground, then rescinds them hours later. Legends suggest the islands wander, drifting between currents, appearing only when approached by chosen vessels. Others claim they exist in a fold, sometimes visible, sometimes concealed. The phantom maps remain as testimony. Pages filled with careful ink, coordinates logged, descriptions detailed. Not mistakes, but memories of places the ocean withheld. Whether land ever rose there, or whether eyes saw what was not meant to be. The sea keeps its own cartography, erasing as easily as it reveals. Sailors near Hiva described approaching a shore that did not exist. At night, the sea carried sounds unmistakable. Surf breaking, gulls crying, wind brushing palms. Yet no land stood ahead. By daylight, nothing remained but open horizon. Hydrophones confirmed faint surf patterns, where waves should not break. The rhythm of tide echoed against absence. Crews described hearing children laughing faintly. songs rising and falling with tide. When they moved closer, the sounds retreated. Always at a distance, just beyond reach. Legends among Polynesian voyagers speak of Hiva, a homeland swallowed by waves. Some say its spirit lingers, replaying itself across the sea, as echo without body. The ghost of a shore, carried for those who search. On one voyage, sailors swore they smelled smoke from cooking fires, drifting across the deck. Another claimed sand stuck to his boots, though he never left the boat. Such reports remain isolated, but persistent. Scientists attribute the effect to acoustic mirage. Waves bending sound across great distances. Yet no model explains voices, or the impression of footsteps, crunching sand. The echo shore endures in song, and in fear. An island not seen, but heard. A place built of resonance and memory. The sea remembers, even when it refuses to show. Near Pohnpei lies Nan Madol, a site of ancient stone ruins, resting half on land, half in shallow water. Archaeologists have studied its basalt walls, stacked like pillars. Yet divers have reported something stranger beneath the tide. Extensions stretching outward, vanishing into the sea. Submerged corridors and chambers aligned with tidal shifts. Flooding, emptying, as though designed to breathe with the ocean. Explorers who entered described chambers that hummed faintly during high tide. Walls resonating with deep vibrations. At low tide, silence returned, leaving only dripping water. One diver swore the sound pressed through his chest, like a drum played from beneath the stone. Legends recall Nan Madol as a place built by beings who commanded the sea, constructing homes where tides obeyed. Whether myth or memory, the fortress resists explanation. Basalt columns stand unnaturally regular, their arrangement too precise for chance. Modern scans reveal voids hidden under the ruins. Some align with currents, pulling water in and out with rhythm. Divers claim the deeper chambers grew colder abruptly, as if something breathed through unseen vents. The tidal fortress remains half revealed, half concealed. Science studies its walls. Stories remind us that some architecture is not static, but alive, built to move with tide, to inhale and exhale with the world around it. Off the coast of Hawaii, divers discovered stones carved with markings resembling ancient petroglyphs. The carving sat meters below the surface, eroded, but recognizable. Spirals, hands, stick figures common to Hawaiian rock art. Yet the placement defied history. Petroglyphs were carved on land, not beneath water. Some argue sea levels once stood lower. But the age of these carvings conflicts with timelines. The glyphs appear fresher than expected. Some edges sharp, as though carved only decades ago. Locals recall no such site before it sank. Divers described unease while tracing the symbols. Fish avoided the stones. Shadows clung longer across the carvings, darkening grooves unnaturally. One diver reported hearing whispers when pressing his ear against the rock. Vibrations pulsing faintly, like language buried beneath. The site resists excavation. Each attempt to remove a stone results in storms, accidents, or sudden currents. Legends warn against disturbing what the sea has claimed. Some elders say the glyphs are a message left for water itself, not for people. The sunken petroglyphs remain a paradox. Were they carved before the ocean rose? Or were they made deliberately for submersion? Inscriptions meant for eyes, other than human? Polynesian navigators charted routes across the Pacific, guided by stars. Yet divers mapping seafloor ridges discovered alignments uncanny in their precision. Deep trenches mirrored constellations above, arcs tracing Orion, Pleiades, and Southern Cross. The seabed seemed to reflect the sky, a map inverted into stone. Geologists argued coincidence, but alignments proved too precise. Each trench, each ridge, pointed toward star paths used for voyaging. The patterns suggested deliberate shaping, though no means existed to sculpt ocean floor on such scale. Voyagers speak of Hawaii, the homeland beyond reach, guided by star paths hidden not only above, but below. Perhaps the sea itself carried memory, embedding directions in its floor. Divers reported vertigo while swimming these ridges, as though pulled upward by constellations. Lights distorted, beams stretching skyward. One described feeling as if floating between stars and trenches, sky and sea collapsing into one plane. Legends recall chants teaching that the sea holds the sky, instructions for journeys lost to memory. Near Tonga, sailors once described anchoring in a hidden harbor, where cliffs sheltered them from storms. Logs mention freshwater streams, birds nesting, and caves carved into stone. Yet when later expeditions searched, no harbor existed, only sheer cliffs and unbroken sea. Locals whisper of a harbor that appears only in storms, a refuge granted briefly, before vanishing. Mariners claim to have awoken to calm within its embrace, then sailed out, only to find open sea. Modern radar confirms anomalies. Echoes resembling bays appear during storms, then disappear as weather clears. Hydrophones capture water slapping stone walls, though no harbor is seen. One crew claimed they left offerings in the caves, carving marks into walls. When they returned years later, storms raged again, and the harbor reappeared. Their carvings remained intact, proof of shelter that should not exist. Scientists dismiss accounts as optical illusions, waves forming temporary reflections. Yet too many logs describe the same refuge. Too many survivors credit it for lives spared. The forgotten harbor remains a paradox. Sanctuary withheld except in chaos. A doorway that opens only when the world breaks. A harbor both real and unreal, remembered most clearly by those who owe it their survival. Divers exploring near Kiribati reported a trench where all sound vanished. Equipment worked, lights shone, but microphones captured nothing. Voices dulled instantly. Bubbles rose in silence. Even the hum of machines disappeared. One diver described shouting, and hearing only memory of his voice. Another tapped metal tank with wrench. No ring, only vibration felt through bones. Cameras recorded mouths moving, bubbles forming. Yet no sound accompanied the images. The corridor stretched narrow, bordered by cliffs. Outside, sound returned. Inside, silence absolute. Tests confirmed the anomaly. Hydrophones lowered captured black silence. No static. No distortion. Pure absence. Sonar failed. Signals swallowed before returning. Psychological effects proved severe. Divers reported dizziness, panic, a crushing weight of quiet pressing thought itself. One claimed silence followed him into dreams. An endless corridor, stretching without end. Legends call it a passage for spirits, a road where voices are forbidden. Scientists suspect interference. Cancellation waves from opposing currents. Yet the precision baffles. Cancellation held steady. Unbroken. Impossible over such scale. The corridor of silence endures in logs. Sound is memory. Yet here, memory is erased. A place where the ocean holds not noise, but perfect absence, demanding reverence from all who enter. In Canton Atoll, a compass once shattered without touch. The story is preserved in naval logs. A patrol ship reported compasses spinning wildly. Needles rattling as though magnetized, then frozen. When one officer touched the glass, it cracked, fracturing outward, as though pressure burst from within. Other compasses followed, each splintering silently, fragments falling like broken ice. The ship drifted for hours without navigation, until stars returned. No storm, no interference, no cause. Logs mark the event simply. Compass failure. Unexplained. But whispers among crew recall something else. They swore they felt pressure in their skulls. Moments before glass broke. A ringing in teeth. A hum in jawbones. The shattered compass was never replaced at sea. Only after return to port did instruments function again. No ship since has lingered long in those waters. The compass remains a relic in archives. Its shards preserved. Glass fractured by nothing. A reminder that direction itself can break. On Nukunonu, villagers woke to find tide reversed. Where water should rise, it fell. Where it should retreat, it advanced. The lagoon drained as ocean surged inward. Fish thrashed on sand. Boats listed. Children ran across flats usually drowned. For hours, the sea disobeyed, returning in opposite rhythm. High when low. Low when high. Then, as sudden as it began, normal tide resumed. No quake. No storm. No explanation. Elders spoke of gods turning sea in hand, flipping water, as one flips a bowl. Scientists argue seiches, oscillations within lagoons. But the precision of reversal, the length of disruption, remain unmeasured. Witnesses insist the world itself tilted. That for one day, time in the ocean ran backward. The tides that reversed became memory. A story told each season. A reminder that what we think unchanging can betray us in an instant. Even the sea can turn against its own rhythm. Travelers in the Marquesas once spoke of an island that appeared only when the sea was calm. Its trees shimmered green. Its beaches stretched white. Sailors landed, walked its shore, lit fires, and slept. But at dawn, they woke adrift. Their boats floating on open water. No island behind. No sand beneath. Some swore they still smelled smoke. Others carried shells in pockets. Proof of ground that had dissolved in night. Logs from different ships mark the same coordinates. Always the same. Island present at dusk. Gone by dawn. Legends claim it is not land, but dream. A place that surfaces only while eyes grow heavy. The island that slept remains uncharted. Not because it was never seen, but because it refused to stay. On Nukunonu, villagers woke to find the sea rebelling. The lagoon drained, as the ocean surged inland, reversing its ancient rhythm. Fish flopped on exposed flats. Canoes toppled as water fled, then returned in sudden flood. High tide arrived at the hour of low. Low tide struck at the hour of high. For half a day, The sea ran backward, ignoring the moon's command, and the long memory of reef and channel. Children ran where waves should stand. Elders prayed to gods, said to flip the sea like a bowl, turning water in their hands, until the world remembered itself. No storm brewed, no quake rumbled. Records mark only still air, and impossible sequence. When normal tide resumed, it did so without apology, folding its strangeness into ordinary chop, as if nothing had occurred. Scientists later proposed oscillations, seiches, harmonics in enclosed lagoons, rare stacks of resonance. Yet none could account for the precision, the duration, or the near-perfect calm. Skeptics called it fear's exaggeration. Too many voices, however, repeated the same account, and too many elders kept the same grave cadence when they spoke. In the years since, the story is retold with careful hands. Nets are mended to it, songs bent around it, warnings given to children who stray too close to channels at dusk. The tides that reversed linger not as spectacle, but as instruction. In 1902, a steamer near Samoa recorded the vanishing of the horizon. 4 hours. Sea and sky fused into one continuous field. A seamless pallor, without edge. The crew swore they drifted inside a sphere. Compasses failed. Watches stopped. Voices dulled, wrapped as if in cloth. Men grew uneasy, unable to tell whether the ship moved forward, or whether the world itself had paused. A boy on lookout cried at the emptiness, then went silent, afraid of hearing his own voice disappear. Oil burned with a strange steadiness. Smoke rose, without direction. Then, without transition, the horizon returned. Sharp, black, decisive. Line restored. Time resumed. The helmsman laughed once. Short, startled, as though breath had been returned to him. Skeptics call it haze, refraction, an atmospheric veil. Meteorology offers words generous enough to cover wonder. But sailors insisted. Air had thickened. Silence had weight. As if reality itself had suspended, and then released them. The log preserves a single sentence as coda. We could not tell if we moved. Its handwriting cramped. Ink pressed hard into the page, as though the pen itself wished to tether the ship to the paper. The vanished horizon remains, explanation's debt. For those who read the entry in the yellowed book, the room grows a little quieter. Windows seem farther away. Outside, the day holds its line. Inside, men remember a morning when the edge of the world stepped back and left them floating in a world with no seam. In World War II, pilots crossing Palmyra Atoll reported strange lights circling below. At first, they appeared as flares. Bright, white, ascending slowly. But they never burned out. Instead, they drifted in spirals, vanishing into cloud, before returning moments later, in identical sequence. Navy crews feared enemy trickery. Recon missions searched for launch points. But no equipment, no vessels, were ever found. Locals, watching from shore, confirmed the lights. They described them as spheres, pulsing like hearts. Brightening, dimming, never extinguished. One patrol boat claimed the lights followed them for hours, keeping perfect distance off starboard. Each time the boat turned, the lights shifted, as though tethered by something unseen. Radio interference worsened. Static grew into faint whispers. Whispers that mimicked crew voices. The war ended. But the lights did not. Even today, sailors crossing Palmyra glimpse orbs rising from sea, circling like watchmen. Hydrophones detect faint electrical hums when they appear. But once gone, nothing remains. Theories range from bioluminescent swarms to ball lightning. Yet the precision unsettles. The lights follow patterns. Circles drawn across sky and water. As though inscribing marks invisible to us. The Palmyra lights endure. Guardians. Warnings. Reminders. That even in war, not every light belongs to human hands. In 1968, a fleet test off Midway detected a signal described as black. Technicians struggled to explain, oscilloscopes showed nothing, yet radios filled with heavy silence that pulsed in intervals. Crew members reported pressure in their skulls, as if silence itself struck in waves. The black signal lasted hours. Ships logged interference across multiple frequencies. Some operators fainted, their ears bleeding slightly. Doctors confirmed no infection, only burst vessels from pressure without sound. When the signal ended, recordings revealed nothing. Tapes played as static, flat lines with no spikes. Yet every log from that day agrees, silence carried weight. Years later, fishermen reported similar experiences, radios dropping into humming void, compasses swerving briefly, unease spreading. They call it the black tide, a reminder of that day's anomaly. Scientists suggest undersea seismic resonance. But why would silence transmit across hundreds of miles? Why would it carry pressure strong enough to injure? The black signal has never returned with the same intensity. Yet veterans who lived it still pause when radios stutter, fearing silence will rise again, heavy enough to crush thought. During wartime, a convoy of 5 ships was logged leaving Samoa bound for Pearl Harbor. Weather was calm, seas steady. Radio contact remained clear until midnight, when signals cut abruptly. By dawn, search craft scoured the route. Not one vessel was found. No debris surfaced. No oil slick marked the sea. It was as though 5 ships had folded into the horizon. Naval logs still record the loss with unease. Wartime sinkings leave wreckage, bodies, lifeboats, shards of hull. This disappearance left nothing. Later reports added strangeness. A patrol craft swore they saw distant silhouettes at dawn, 5 shadows on the horizon, sails raised though the convoy carried engines. They gave chase, but the silhouettes dissolved into mist. Families of the crews waited for answers. None came. Skeptics claim clerical error, misfiled routes. Yet the convoy's departure and planned arrival are verified in multiple records. The vanished convoy stands as one of the ocean's silent thefts, a reminder that even in times of meticulous record, the sea can erase with precision. Whether storm, sabotage, or something unnamed, those 5 ships remain missing, still sailing perhaps, shadows on a horizon where no one should be. The gray deck was discovered drifting north of Tonga. A freighter, abandoned. Its paint peeled, its rails rusted, but its interior preserved with unsettling care. Beds were made, meals set, journals written neatly up to the final day. Investigators noted one peculiarity: the deck was coated in fine gray ash. Not volcanic, not chemical, samples returned inconclusive, composition unlike known minerals. It clung to boots, resisted washing, and seemed to absorb light. Crew logs ended calmly, no sign of distress. The last entry read simply, "The ash is falling." Yet records show no eruptions, no fires, no storms. Divers exploring holds reported silence thicker than usual, as if sound dulled against the ash. Some grew nauseous, others claimed to hear whispers carried by boots scraping the powder. The gray deck was towed to harbor, cleaned, and sold. But dockworkers refused to board, saying the smell of ash lingered. At night, some swore they saw faint trails falling from masts, though skies were clear. The freighter has since vanished again, records lost, ownership uncertain. Only the phrase endures, "The ash is falling," written by hands erased. A ferry left Samoa bound for Tokelau. Logs show clear departure, passengers boarding, engines roaring. 12 hours later, the same ferry was sighted back at Samoa Harbor, empty. Dockhands swore no one disembarked. Cabins lay vacant, belongings abandoned. Food sat half-eaten. Tickets bore names, but none were ever found. Strangest of all, the ferry's log recorded the trip as completed. Coordinates traced its path toward Tokelau, arrival logged, docking confirmed, by hands now missing. Yet harbors at Tokelau reported no such arrival. Investigators studied the vessel. Fuel burned as though the journey was made. Salt crust lined the hull at levels consistent with docking elsewhere. But no witnesses saw it dock, and no passengers returned. Some suggest bureaucratic error. But how does an entire vessel leave, arrive, and return without eyes noticing? Locals whisper the ferry sails both routes, one visible, one invisible. In one, passengers step ashore. In another, they never exist. The ship itself is caught between versions, endlessly returning, endlessly empty. The endless return remains a riddle written in tickets never torn, luggage never claimed, and a harbor that remembers departures but not arrivals. In 1945, a Japanese vessel called the Awa was sunk during wartime. Decades later, sonar picked up a massive metallic return near the site, larger than any ship on record. When divers descended, the seabed was empty. No hull, no wreckage. The signal had simply vanished. What unsettled crews most was the repetition. Every year, at the same week, sonar blipped with the Awa's shape. Size, dimensions, orientation, all matched the lost ship. Each time, divers entered black water expecting rusted metal. Each time, nothing but sand and silence. Hydrophones added to the puzzle. Faint clangs echoed through deep, hammering, footsteps, voices muffled as if behind walls. One diver swore he heard the strike of a ship's bell, tolling once before silence crushed it. Attempts to capture the sound failed. Recorders showed flat lines, though ears insisted otherwise. Some believe the Awa continues sailing, not as wreck but as memory, appearing only in sonar's blind eye. Others whisper it is a rehearsal, a ship replaying its final hours forever. The Awa signal endures in naval logs. A shape that insists on existing, a ship that refuses to remain sunken, yet never surfaces for touch. An American cargo ship recovered after drifting weeks without crew held a logbook nearly full. Pages detailed ordinary routines, weather, cargo counts, meal shifts. Then, abruptly, entries stopped mid-page. No farewell, no distress. Just a half-written sentence ending with silence. Cabins showed no struggle. Meals sat untouched, coffee cold. A gramophone still spun silently in the captain's quarters. Everything pointed to normalcy until it didn't. The log unnerved investigators. Words were precise, steady. Then, halfway through a line, nothing. The pen lay across the page, ink dried. Crew lists confirmed 32 souls aboard. None were found. Lifeboats remained secured. Some say the writer was interrupted by force. Others believe the pen itself was abandoned in obedience to something unspoken. The log of silence became artifact, stored in archives. Yet those who handle it describe unease. Some claim to hear scratching at night, as if the pen writes again in absence of hand. No wreck explains this. No battle, no storm. Only silence interrupting routine, erasing presence while sparing objects. Fishermen near Samoa encountered a freighter adrift. Decks open, rails rusting, but cabins strangely pristine. Bunk beds made, lanterns trimmed, food still warm. Yet no crew. When boarded, they found tools mid-use, hammers laid where struck, paints half-brushed. A sense of interruption hung everywhere, as if men had simply stepped away and never returned. They searched holds. Cargo remained stacked. Lifeboats secured. Nothing pointed to flight. At night, anchored alongside, fishermen swore they heard footsteps crossing the freighter. Boots rang against metal, doors slammed faintly. Yet no figure appeared. By dawn, the ship was gone. Lines cut, hull vanished over horizon without trace. No records named the vessel. No registry matched its markings. Locals call it the tide of empty decks, a ship that drifts into sight, offers proof of crew by their absence, then slips away with tide. For those who glimpsed it, the memory lingers. Not the fear of storm, but the weight of lives interrupted mid-breath, mid-step, leaving only silence to finish their motion. A whaling vessel logged 30 men departing for routine hunt. Records show harpoons loaded, sails steady, and winds calm. Yet when the ship returned weeks later, it drifted into harbor without crew. Cabins carried journals up to the final day, each cheerful, routine. The final entry read, "They are calling from water." Investigators boarded. No damage, no storm scars. Supplies remained abundant. Most unsettling, ropes hung loose, harpoons still set, as though work was abandoned mid-motion. The crew did not flee, they dissolved. Local lore claims the returnless crew joined those who sing below tide, voices luring men away from wood and rope. Skeptics suggest mutiny, escape. But where are the men? Where are their lifeboats? The vessel itself was preserved, sold, reused. Yet sailors swore unease followed it, accidents multiplying, until it was burned quietly on shore. The returnless crew endures as parable. Not all voyages end in storm. Some are erased by persuasion, not violence, the sea offering invitation men cannot refuse. North of Kiribati, sailors whisper of a vessel that never moves. Anchored by nothing, sails torn, hull black with rot, it drifts endlessly yet never strays. Crews report passing it year after year, always in the same position, as though tethered by invisible chain. Attempts to board end poorly. Climbers describe decks that creak beneath weight yet never collapse. Cabins reek of salt and decay, but no logbooks remain, no names. Some claim to hear faint breathing below deck, as if something still dwells, waiting. Stranger still are stories of return. Sailors who pass the ship again swear it appears closer, as though creeping toward their own course. The ship that waits unsettles not because of violence but patience. It demands attention, its stillness louder than storm. Legends say it waits for crew to return, refusing to sail without them. Others whisper it waits for us, patient, until one day we step aboard without choice. No one knows its origin. No one knows why it endures. But every sailor remembers where they saw it. And they know next time, it will be there again. The first time the descent into Tuvalu Trench was attempted, the sea was calm. Above, the surface stretched flat as hammered glass, the sky pale with scattered clouds. Nothing hinted at what lay below. Yet hydrophones had already whispered of something irregular. The recordings showed not noise, but rhythm, pulses of current that surged, then fell away, with intervals too precise to dismiss as chance. For this reason, divers prepared to enter what locals already called the wells, a place where the ocean seemed to breathe. The descent began slowly. The water darkened in layers, green bleeding into cobalt, cobalt into black. The submersible's lights pushed forward like spears that faded almost instantly, swallowed by a void that resisted illumination. At a depth of 200 meters, the first anomaly appeared. The currents no longer drifted. Instead, they pressed inward, drawing the craft down as if inhaled. Instruments confirmed the pull. Gauges quivered in time with the surge, recording pressure not in chaotic bursts but in steady beats. 21 minutes between each cycle, the sea inhaled, the sea exhaled. Divers later described the sensation as being inside lungs too vast for comprehension. Their own breathing began to sink without effort, drawn into harmony with the trench. One diver wrote afterward that his pulse changed. Monitors showed heart rate slowing, stabilizing in rhythm with the water's push and release. He swore the current filled his chest, not only his lungs. Another admitted panic when he felt his exhalation stall, the ocean holding his breath before allowing release. The submersible pushed deeper, currents tightening, pressing the hull as though grasping. Metal groaned faintly, not from collapse but from resonance, as if the vessel itself was becoming an instrument played by water. Lights revealed silt drawn upward in perfect curtains, then flung outward in sudden bursts. The trench was alive, moving not with chance but intent. And then silence. For 10 long minutes, nothing moved. The water stilled. Instruments flatlined. Divers described dread, as though the lungs had paused. When the current returned, it struck with such force the submersible shuddered, throwing silt into spirals. It was not merely breath, it was sigh, as if the trench itself expressed weariness. When they surfaced, hours later, the divers were pale, trembling. Several could not shake the rhythm from their own bodies. Their breathing continued in strange cadence, inhaling too long, exhaling too slow. One swore he felt the trench still moving inside him, as though he had carried part of its lungs back to the surface. This first descent proved the breath wells were not illusion. They were a cycle, vast and deliberate, too regular for coincidence. The sea here did not drift, it lived, drawing explorers into its own cadence, reshaping their rhythm until they belonged to it. After the first descent, a second mission returned with finer instruments. The goal was not to measure depth or heat but rhythm itself. Scientists suspected the currents of Tuvalu Trench were behaving like lungs, inhaling and exhaling with precision. The divers, though reluctant, agreed to return, uneasy but compelled by the mystery of something so vast yet so ordered. The submersible descended with sensors aligned. From the first 100 meters, the pull was faint, but readings already showed pattern. Pressure rose gently, then fell, with intervals never shifting. A perfect 21 minutes per cycle, too exact to belong to chance. At 200 meters, the rhythm grew stronger. Curtains of silt collapsed inward, dragged into darkness. Then, as though a switch had flipped, the current reversed, exhaling sand back into broad fans. The cycle was relentless, not violent but undeniable. Even equipment seemed to obey. Pumps strained, lights dimmed and brightened in time with the trench's breath. One diver noted that his thoughts slowed, not confused but rhythmic. He described his mind stepping in measure with the sea, each idea arriving at the swell of inhale, each conclusion drifting with the exhale. Others confirmed this. Conversation aboard the submersible began to sink, pauses lengthened, words fell into cadence as though the crew had been rehearsed. Outside, cameras recorded swarms of plankton shimmering in pulses. They moved not randomly but in waves, entire schools inhaled and exhaled as though they, too, obeyed the rhythm. No predator guided them. The trench itself conducted the movement, a silent conductor with no visible hand. At one point, silence arrived early. The current ceased 5 minutes ahead of expectation. The crew froze, unsure if the cycle had ended permanently. Then, without warning, the exhale struck harder than before, rattling hull and bone. One diver swore he felt water forcing into his ears, whispering in tones he could not understand. When the mission ended, the scientists faced data that defied geology. Currents are chaotic, bent by weather, shaped by temperature. But here was constancy, more precise than a clock. 21 minutes, always 21, except when it chose otherwise. Some argued resonance with hidden caverns. Others suggested seismic pressure. Yet none explained why human bodies adapted so easily, why lungs and heart synchronized unbidden. The trench did not simply move water. It moved people. The rhythm of currents remains both warning and invitation. To enter is to risk losing your own pace, to find your body no longer yours but borrowed by a sea that breathes without lungs, a tide that carries more than salt. The final descent of the first season was not recorded by machines but by memory. A diver named Harlan volunteered to leave the submersible and tether himself into the breath wells. His account survives in fragments, interviews, diary entries, and one tape where his voice trembles as he struggles to describe what occurred. He wrote that upon entering the current, the world seemed to press inward. His regulator worked, his gauges read normal, yet his breath was no longer his. Inhale stretched too long, filling chest beyond comfort. Exhale delayed, spilling slowly as though the ocean dictated when release was permitted. He tried to resist, but panic only deepened the cadence, his lungs locked into rhythm not his own. Through his visor, he saw silt clouds rise and fall like curtains. They pulsed, folding inward and outward as though walls breathed around him. Light flickered in sync, beams narrowing during inhalation, widening with the exhale. He claimed even his heartbeat surrendered, slowing, then quickening in concert with the trench. In his tape, he whispered that he felt watched. Not by eyes, but by presence woven into water. He described the trench as a chest cavity, himself swallowed into lungs that spanned miles. At one point, he thought he heard words. Not through ears, but through vibration carried into his bones. Breathe, he thought it said. Just that. Command or comfort, he could not decide. After 20 minutes, the tether pulled sharply. The submersible crew dragged him back, fearing the cycle would claim him. Harlan surfaced weak, disoriented, and silent for hours. When he finally spoke, he insisted he had not been alone. Something below had accompanied him, inhaling when he inhaled, exhaling when he exhaled, a mirror without form. Doctors found nothing wrong with his body, yet his breathing remained altered. He inhaled too deeply, exhaled too long, never returning fully to normal cadence. Nights later, he was heard gasping in sleep, lungs straining as if waiting for a cue that did not come. He claimed the trench had imprinted itself, that its rhythm remained inside him. Harlan never dove again. His journals end with one final line: "The sea has lungs, and I carried them back with me." The final observation of the breath wells did not concern their motion, but their stillness. Divers had recorded the inhale and exhale, cycles measured with precision. Yet there came a moment when the trench seemed to falter, when breath itself stopped. They called it the hollow pause. It happened without warning. One cycle ended in a slow exhale, silt drifting outward like dust blown from shelves. Then nothing followed. Gauges steadied, needles flat. Pressure remained constant, currents absent. The trench fell quiet, not with calm but with suspension, as though the sea itself had forgotten to move. At first, relief spread among the crew. The submersible drifted easily, lights steady, instruments calm. But seconds stretched into minutes. The absence lengthened, oppressive. Divers later wrote that silence and stillness pressed harder than the currents ever had. They felt trapped inside a chest that refused to breathe again. The pause lasted 17 minutes. 17 minutes in which time itself seemed uncertain. Watches ticked but felt untrustworthy. One diver swore his heart slowed nearly to nothing. Another claimed he forgot to inhale, lungs waiting unconsciously for the trench to cue him. Then, as suddenly as it began, the inhale returned. The water surged, stronger than before, dragging the submersible sideways. Lights flickered, panels groaned, one instrument shattered from strain. Divers clutched controls, praying the hull would not crack. When the surge passed, a new rhythm resumed, unchanged but heavier, as though the pause had been deliberate, a reset, a test. The crew surfaced shaken, each describing the same thought: the trench had not paused because of weakness. It had paused because it chose to, and in that stillness it listened. The hollow pause remains the most haunting record. Not motion, but suspension. Not voice, but silence. Proof that what breathes may also decide when not to. Aranoa Atoll is a lonely circle of reef far east of Tuvalu, rarely visited except by fishermen and drifting yachts. Yet those who cross near its lagoon tell of lights that rise from the sea itself. The first recorded account came from a trader in 1897. He described faint glows blooming just under the water's surface, white and green at first, then blazing upward like columns that stretched into the sky. He wrote of pillars of living fire, though no smoke or flame accompanied them. Modern accounts echo his words. The lights begin subtly, shimmering like moonlight scattered across ripples. Then, with no warning, they gather into columns, pulsing brighter, as though something beneath the reef exhales luminescence. Unlike lightning, these beams do not flash, they hold, lingering for minutes before dissolving without a trace. Divers who attempted to chase the phenomenon discovered that the glow retreats from approach. The closer one swims, the further it drifts, always a few meters beyond reach. Yet instruments confirm the brilliance. Cameras capture faint hazes, though never the full columns. Lenses fog, batteries fail, as if the lights resist being translated into memory. Local legend claims the atoll is home to ancestors who refused burial. Instead, they carried their fire into the sea, choosing to burn below water, guiding descendants with flashes that mean neither welcome nor warning but simple presence. Fishermen avoid these displays, fearing that to watch too long is to invite misfortune. Scientists have no satisfying theory. Bioluminescent plankton swarm, yes, but not in upright beams. Chemical reactions glow, but not in repeating patterns. The lights of Aranoa are stubborn, appearing for generations without fading. Witnesses agree on one unsettling detail. When the glow fades, silence follows. Birds hush, waves flatten, engines stutter as if the sea itself pauses. For a moment, all sound yields to memory of light. Then, just as quickly, the world resumes. The first light of Aranoa remains not merely a phenomenon but an encounter. It burns without flame, rises without source, and vanishes without explanation, leaving only the certainty that something vast, unseen, still chooses to reveal itself in brief, dazzling breath. Naquaro Atoll lies in the Federated States of Micronesia, a remote ring seldom visited except by passing ships. For centuries, sailors reported seeing what they called the horizon fire when traveling near its edge. At night, the sea would blaze with a low orange glow, as if a distant city burned across the water. Yet when approached, no land, no smoke, no wreckage ever appeared, only rolling waves and empty sky. One whaling ship in 1832 logged the fire in detail. The captain described a rim of flame that stretched for miles, dancing across the sea without consuming it. Men swore they smelled ash in the air, though sails and rigging remained untouched. They followed the glow for hours before it blinked out, leaving them adrift in blackness as if nothing had been there. Modern observers echo the same phenomenon. Cargo vessels note bands of amber light flickering across the horizon, pulsing like embers. Satellites record nothing unusual. Instruments measure no temperature change. The fire exists for eyes and memory, not for machines. Fishermen from Naquaro treat it as omen. They say the fire belongs to the ancestors, marking places where spirits walk openly on water. Some refuse to fish for days after a sighting, believing the sea too restless, too claimed by presence. Scientists speculate on gas seeps igniting beneath surface, yet no residue is found, no chemical trace remains. Lightning sprites, too, are suggested, but their bursts last seconds, while the horizon fire burns in steady bands for nearly an hour at times. One diver recounted the strangest detail. As the glow flared, his own shadow bent outward toward sea, stretching unnaturally long. He swore it reached into water, touching flames no one else could see. The horizon fire of Nakoro continues to haunt charts and journals, always seen from distance, never grasped up close. A burning line that cannot consume, a fire too patient to explain, and a reminder that light may deceive as easily as darkness. Ontong Java, one of the largest atoll structures in the Pacific, is so vast that its lagoons stretch further than the eye can measure. Sailors who crossed its waters told of lights that did not appear as columns or fire, but as a net spread across the sea. They called it the luminous web. The first written account comes from a missionary in 1889, who described threads of pale silver, glistening across the surface as if spun by spiders of the deep. The lights formed intersecting lines, weaving a net that shifted gently with tide yet never broke. At times, fish were seen caught in its glow, darting frantically before the lines dissolved, releasing them without harm. Modern fishermen continue to report the same sight. Long streaks of phosphorescence cross the lagoon at night, glowing with eerie steadiness. Unlike ordinary bioluminescence, which sparks briefly when water is disturbed, these lines remain intact, drifting slowly, lasting for hours. Divers who entered the web said their bodies shimmered faintly, as though wrapped in threads. Some claimed to feel resistance, as if brushing against invisible cords that pulsed under fingertips. One diver spoke of hearing faint vibrations in his mask, tones that shifted as he touched the glowing strands. He described it not as sound but as resonance carried through bone. Scientists suggest plankton blooms aligning in currents, yet none explain the structure's symmetry. Satellite scans occasionally show faint linear traces across the lagoon, though no biological explanation fits the scale. Local belief is that the web is a snare of memory. Elders say it captures lost souls, weaving them into patterns until released at dawn. Those who walk the shoreline sometimes wake to find glowing lines stretched across sand, gone before sunrise. The luminous web of Ontong Java is less spectacle than presence. It does not flare or blaze. It lingers quietly, shaping water into geometry, leaving sailors with the certainty that they have crossed something deliberate, something designed, though no builder reveals itself. Funafuti Atoll in Tuvalu is known for its fragile reef and narrow strips of land, but what unsettles travelers most are the lights seen standing on its lagoon. Unlike the shifting webs of Ontong Java or the fires of Nakoro, these appear as fixed points, pairs, sometimes trios, hovering motionless above the waterline. Islanders call them the Watchers. Earliest accounts come from pearl divers in the late 19th century. Men spoke of white orbs holding position just beyond reach. They neither flickered nor drifted with wind. Instead, they waited, as if observing those who watched them. Attempts to approach ended in futility. Boats rowed forward for hours, yet the lights never grew closer. Some swore they circled instead, always keeping equal distance. Fishermen describe unease when watchers appear. Nets tear, compasses twitch, and catches vanish. Some refuse to sail until the lights disappear. Children are told never to point at them, for to draw their gaze is to invite sickness. In 1953, a scientific expedition set cameras along the shore. For 3 nights, nothing occurred. On the 4th, 3 spheres appeared across the lagoon. Photographs captured faint halos, but negatives blurred as if overexposed. The team reported a sensation of being counted, weighed, judged. One researcher admitted he could not sleep for days, haunted by the impression that something had memorized his face. Modern accounts remain consistent. Watcher lights appear rarely, but when they do, silence falls. Dogs bark once, then grow quiet. Radios hiss. Even waves seem to hush as if listening. The orbs endure for an hour or more, then vanish in unison, leaving only darkness. Theories range from ball lightning to reflections of aircraft, but none explain the behavior. Lightning drifts and flickers. These wait. Planes move and fade. These endure. Their constancy unsettles more than their glow. Funafudi's elders say the watchers are not threat but reminder. That the sea does not belong to us, and sometimes it chooses to remind us by looking back. Near the Gulf of Papua, divers discovered what seemed impossible, a river flowing across the seafloor. Dense brine and dissolved methane formed a channel heavier than the surrounding ocean, meandering like a woodland stream through coral thickets and low rocky banks. The current kept its own surface, rippling with miniature waves that answered to no wind above. Fish trailed the margins but did not cross. Crabs paused at the brink, then skirted along the edge as if a glass wall barred their way. Crossing the boundary felt like entering another element. When a hand slipped through the shining layer, gloves tingled, masks fogged, and vision smeared to milk. Buoyancy changed at once. Divers who leaned too far dropped as though stepping through a trapdoor, sinking shoulder first into the syrupy flow. Voices over comms bent strangely, syllables stretched and clipped, as if time lagged a second behind the mouth. Instruments called it a brine pool with an outflow, common enough in textbooks yet rarely so architectural. This river carved banks and scroll bars, cut meanders and oxbows, and braided brooks that later reunited, a map of land hydrology traced by salt. The channel slid downslope into a dim notch, climbing over itself in a helical turn before burrowing into the trench like living cord. Local fishers already had a name for it, the Dark Road. On certain nights they claimed pale beetle lights drifted along the channel, moving against the current as though carried by hidden hands. During the expedition, bioluminescence indeed rippled upriver, a constellation of stubborn sparks that refused the general flow. Divers reached toward them and felt gentle pushback, the pressure of a stream that noticed touch and denied passage. Sampling proved treacherous. Metals pitted within hours. O-rings swelled, windows clouded with crystals. Vials sealed at depth arrived on deck faintly glowing, then cooled to flat black as if the river's charge bled away in air. Chemists wrote of magnesium and chloride, of methane saturation, of density gradient steep enough to split a needle's tip between phases. None of that explained the sensation reported by every member of the team, a hum in the bones wherever the brine pressed skin. One diver described kneeling at a bend while the river murmured against his knees. He swore the pattern under his palms repeated, like a drum played with soft mallets. Another kept hearing words that weren't there, river speech, she called it, sibilant, patient, endlessly persuasive. The longer they stayed, the more their breathing matched the slow curl of the current. When they withdrew cables to mark the channel, the river lifted them, pushed them back into coils, and laid them tidily along the bank. No eddy should fold ropes so neatly. Yet the lines arranged themselves with household care, as if removed from a walkway. The team left buoys at the inlet. Weeks later, the river had moved. Not eroded, not diverted, moved, carrying its banks with it. In a trench east of the Solomon Islands, the seafloor lifted into a low rim, and within that rim lay a pool that refused to behave like water. From the submersible it looked metallic, a plate of liquid silver set into black stone. Light from the lamps did not penetrate, it bounced, returning the craft's face to itself. Divers hovered above it and saw their bodies inverted, bubbles descending instead of rising, fins hanging from a ceiling that was also a floor. Approach was disorienting. The surface held still, a taut sheet that trembled only when shadow passed. One diver extended a gloved hand and touched his reflection fingertip to fingertip. Nothing bent, nothing refracted, for a heartbeat the copy felt more real than the hand. Then the sheet accepted the glove, and the image split into shuddered ripples, swallowing skin into cold brine dense enough to bruise. The diver jerked back, startled by weight and by the sensation that the mirror gripped him a fraction before release. Inside the pool, everything changed. Communication lagged, voices arrived late, as if traveling through a maze of narrow tubes. Visibility collapsed to arm's length. Even lamps seemed reluctant, their beams folding inward and returning to the lens in a fogged glow. Shapes hovered at the edge of perception, features that were almost faces, profiles that almost nodded, each dispersing when fixed upon. Samples told a familiar chemical story: hypersaline brine supercharged with dissolved minerals, saturated to thresholds where density created sharp phase boundaries. Yet measurements did not account for the reflection's persistence. Cameras captured the divers twice, once in the air above and again in the liquid below, with the lower image lagging by a blink, as though the brine preferred to remember first and respond later. In more than one clip, the reflection smiled a breath after the mouth did not. Local stories long predated the expedition. Elders spoke of mirror water where the living met their shadows and settled unfinished arguments before sleep. They warned, if the reflection fails to follow, the body will soon forget its path. When the team arrived, several islanders stood on the ridge and refused to watch, covering their faces until the submersible withdrew. On the third dive, a pilot lowered a measuring rod marked in centimeters. The gradations mirrored crisply, perfect twins across the surface, then bent apart at a depth not quite predicted by density models. At that boundary the rod trembled, and a low tone sang through the frame, felt more than heard, a patient vibration passing into bone. Later, all three divers reported the same dream, a corridor of mirrors leading downward, each pane requesting a breath before allowing the next step. When storms rolled through, the pool changed character. Wind overhead roughened the sea, but the brine remained flat, inscrutable, as if sealed by its own membrane. A single raindrop fell from a fissure and struck the surface. It did. There are places on the seafloor where rivers flow downward, carving gullies and slipping into trenches. But near Ontong Java, divers found a current that defied gravity. They called it the river that climbs upward. It began like others, dense brine streaming from vents, a channel cut neatly between coral ridges. Yet halfway along its run, the current tilted, arcing toward open water, lifting like smoke into dark. At first, instruments refused the data. Flow meters insisted velocity ran upslope. Cameras showed silt particles drifting not down but up, following invisible tracks that curled like staircases. Divers approached cautiously, tethering themselves to rocks as the current tugged upward against their fins. One compared it to walking through reversed wind, every motion drawn skyward rather than earthward. The river's bed was littered with odd formations, ridges shaped like terraces, each layer brighter than the last. Bioluminescent worms clustered along the path, rising with the flow until their glow dissolved in distance. Fish darted in, caught briefly, then expelled upward into dark, startled but alive. One diver swore he saw shrimp swimming in spirals, drawn as if by magnetic coils. Crossing into the river was stranger still. A hand pushed through its skin felt weightless. The body followed, suspended in syrup that refused to let gravity dictate direction. Gauges recorded a curious shift, buoyancy reversed. Divers rose without kicking, carried not by lungs but by water itself. They reached for rocks, clutching anchors as the stream lifted them higher than planned. Samples told part of the story. The brine carried unique mineral ratios, saturated with gases lighter than surrounding sea. Chemistry could explain ascent. Yet not the shape. Rivers erode channels, this one carved staircases, arcs, spirals, as though writing a script across the seafloor. And not the persistence. Days later, the flow remained, still climbing, still curling. Local tales described ladders beneath waves, roads for spirits to walk from seabed to sky. Elders warned divers not to enter, lest their souls rise too soon. They spoke of travelers found floating at dawn, lungs filled not with water but with breath stolen upward. The river's pull was subtle yet persuasive. Divers described hearing low tones inside masks, as though each bubble released a wordless chant. Hearts slowed, thoughts lengthened, and a strange calm replaced fear. Several admitted they wanted to let go, to drift freely into the upward stream, to see where it ended. Only training, only the certainty of running out of air, kept them anchored. One diver later confessed he dreamed of it nightly. In sleep he drifted upward through endless stairwells of water, each step glowing faintly, leading toward a horizon that never arrived. He woke with aching lungs, whispering he had breathed too deeply. He refused to dive again. South of Vanuatu, researchers documented a brine lake that spread across a shallow basin like a hidden meadow. From above, it shimmered dark, with edges rising higher than surrounding seafloor. Inside its boundary stood shapes unlike coral, unlike stone. They were trunks. Dozens of vertical columns stretched upward, pale and ribbed, as if trees had taken root in salt. Divers named the place the Drowned Forest. The trunks were not wood, though at first glance they mimicked bark and branch. Analysis revealed salt incrustations layered into cylindrical pillars, hardened by decades of mineral seep. Yet the resemblance unsettled. Some branches bent in curves like arms raised against a tide. Others stood in neat lines, a symmetry rare in nature. The brine itself was heavier than any nearby pool. Crossing into it required effort, a push as though breaking through unseen skin. Masks fogged instantly, breath thickened, and light dimmed until the forest seemed to stretch forever into twilight. Divers drifted among trunks, their lamps painting columns that vanished upward into haze. Each step stirred clouds that folded back quickly, as if the forest rejected disturbance. One diver reported brushing a trunk and feeling vibration, subtle but rhythmic. Another swore he heard a crack echo through his regulator, like wood snapping under weight. Yet no fragment broke, no column moved. Some claimed the forest shifted position overnight. Markers placed along one ridge appeared meters away the next morning, as though trunks had slid silently while no one watched. Local stories long warned of this place. Islanders said the forest was once alive on land, drowned by rising sea, yet unwilling to rot. Its spirits learned to breathe brine and built new trunks of salt to anchor themselves. They told children not to enter, lest they too grow stiff and tall, roots piercing downward until no air remained. Scientists described chemical deposition, slow crystallization, and erosion that sculpted the columns. But reports grew stranger. Cameras caught shadows between trunks, outlines that looked human. In one clip, a figure stood motionless for minutes before dissolving into haze. Divers denied presence of another team, insisting the forest itself shaped silhouettes. When currents shifted, the brine shimmered like glass. Trunks doubled in reflection, creating illusions of corridors, halls, even doorways. Divers swam cautiously, fearing entrapment. One nearly panicked when he struck a wall that was only reflection, breaking through with force before losing direction entirely. The drowned forest remains half landscape, half apparition. Natural in chemistry, impossible in form, it unsettles all who enter. Columns stand too straight, branches curl too deliberately, and silence presses like a canopy overhead. Whether carved by minerals or memory, the forest endures, rooted in brine that remembers another world. The Hadal trenches are deeper than Everest is tall, and yet in their dark hollows, life endures. The first sightings of lantern forms came from cameras lowered into the Kermatic Trench, where pressure could crush steel and light has never reached. What those cameras revealed unsettled even hardened researchers, shapes drifting just beyond illumination, glowing faintly, pulsing not like fish but like signals. The lantern forms were not singular creatures but clusters, swarms that arranged themselves into patterns. At times, they drifted in loose spirals, each body glowing at intervals, a sequence more precise than feeding or schooling. One recording captured 5 forms rising and falling in steady rhythm, their pulses aligning into a code-like cadence. Analysts described it as too deliberate to be random. When a probe extended lights, the forms retreated, dimming instantly. Yet after minutes, they returned and circled the machine, glowing brighter, as though studying the intruder. One camera feed showed them aligning into a ring before vanishing simultaneously, as if a switch had been thrown. Biologists speculated bioluminescent jellyfish or unknown amphipods. But none explained the synchronicity, nor the uncanny impression of intent. Observers spoke of feeling watched, not by one organism, but by a collective mind stretched across multiple bodies. Local myths predate these expeditions. Pacific navigators told stories of fire without flame that guided canoes away from trench mouths. Elders said to follow the lights was to vanish, for they did not lead outward but downward, into pressure no human could survive. Divers have never approached them directly, for no craft can carry people so deep for long. But recovered footage shows odd distortions, lights bending around forms as though the water thickened near them. Some glows even seem to flicker after cameras shut down, faint afterimages burned onto darkened screens. The lantern forms endure as one of the deepest enigmas. They are not storm, not current, not geology. They are presence, patient, organized, luminous. Perhaps they feed. Perhaps they signal. Or perhaps they wait, gathering in the dark, knowing that light is the one language we will always follow. Deep in the Mariana Trench, autonomous probes recorded creatures that unsettled even experienced oceanographers. They were long, eel-like, but their motion was unnatural. Instead of undulating, they glided perfectly straight, as though pushed by an unseen current. Their bodies were translucent, their eyes pale discs that did not reflect light. Most disturbing was the silence. Microphones captured no sound, not the faintest splash of movement. They swam without stirring the water. The silent swimmers appeared in groups of 3 or 4, never alone. Their spacing remained exact, 5 meters apart, as if measured. When one turned, the others followed in unison, pivoting sharply, breaking formation only to vanish into the dark at once. One probe followed a cluster for 40 minutes. During that time, none slowed, none drifted. The current around them shifted, but their alignment did not waver. Instruments showed anomalies, pressure spikes without turbulence, water displaced without swirl. The effect was as though the creatures occupied channels outside normal flow. Some scientists argued they were deep-sea eels. But eels writhe. Others suggested giant amphipods. But these carried no appendages. The swimmers defied categories, too silent, too measured. When the probe extended lights, one paused. Its pale eye rotated, not toward the camera but past it, as though staring through lens and machine into the watchers beyond. The feed stuttered briefly, static flashing. When clarity returned, the group had vanished, no trail left behind. Legends among Micronesian sailors spoke of the quiet ones, creatures that paralleled canoes for hours without wake. They said to acknowledge them invited misfortune, that silence spreads from swimmer to crew, and soon no one speaks again. The silent swimmers remain unexplained. Neither fish nor apparition, they glide in lines too straight for chance, bodies too quiet for life, yet undeniably alive. Their presence raises a question few wish to answer. If something can move without disturbing the sea, how long before it learns to move without disturbing us? At depths beyond 6,000 meters, cameras captured what appeared to be threads of light twisting against the current. At first they resembled strands of fishing line adrift, glimmering faintly when beams struck them. Then they moved. They bent in arcs, coiled, and swam directly through silt clouds without resistance. These became known as the glass eels. Their bodies were transparent, almost invisible except for faint refractions along their spines. Unlike other deep-sea creatures, they carried no organs visible to light, no stomachs, no eyes, no muscle bands. They were lines given motion, skeletons without flesh. When disturbed, they coiled into knots before unraveling into straight threads again, flickering in and out of focus as though half present. The most baffling trait was their glow. Not bioluminescence, but refraction. They bent surrounding light into pulses, flashes that resembled coded signals. A probe recorded sequences. 3 short arcs, 2 long, then silence, repeating over hours. To some, it suggested communication. To others, a natural resonance. One diver compared them to riding across water, a script unfolding too slowly to understand. Another claimed the knots they formed resembled symbols carved on ancient navigation stones of Polynesia. Whether coincidence or echo, the resemblance disturbed. Scientists proposed they were gelatinous siphonophores or unknown larval stages, but none explained the durability. Probes struck them accidentally, yet the forms bent and re-straightened without harm. Once, a glass eel wrapped briefly around a camera arm, pulsing with light before vanishing upward into dark. The metal remained cold where it touched, as if drained of heat. Sailors long told of thread fish, thin as cords, believed to stitch the sea itself. Stories warned that cutting such a thread with or net would unravel fortune, causing storms to follow. The glass eels echoed these tales, their knots like weaving suspended mid-ocean. The footage remains haunting. Shapes that are almost language, bodies that are almost substance. They glide as though they know the sea better than we do, bending it, sewing it, pulling unseen seams tight. The glass eels endure as riddle. Are they life? Are they structure? Or are they reminders that some inhabitants of the deep prefer to remain halfway between creature and current, threads pulling through water like stitches in a fabric too vast for us to wear? At the bottom of the Tonga Trench, microphones once lowered for seismic study caught something that was not quake, not whale, not machine. It was voice, many voices, faint but harmonic, rising in chords no instrument could name. The recordings became infamous among researchers, nicknamed the pressure choir. At first the tones resembled distant whale song, but patterns betrayed intention. Frequencies climbed in intervals too precise for coincidence, layered in thirds and fifths like choral arrangements. The rhythm repeated every 21 minutes, echoing the cycle of trench currents. When slowed down, the sound thickened into human-like resonance, as though sung in cathedrals of water. One recording session lasted 3 hours. During that time, technicians reported unease. They felt vibrations through deck and bone, not only through speakers. One researcher described teeth chattering in time with the notes, though no wind or wave touched him. Another admitted hearing words, not in ear but in skull, syllables stretched into vowels, always unfinished, like prayers cut short. Attempts to triangulate source failed. The sound appeared everywhere and nowhere, bouncing through trench walls until origin dissolved. When submersibles descended, microphones went silent, as though the choir refused to perform for visitors. Once craft surfaced, the tones returned, louder than before. Legends offer darker interpretations. In Tonga, elders tell of drowned ancestors who never left, whose voices rise with tide to remind the living that the sea remembers. Some call the trench a cathedral, a place where bones themselves ring when pressed hard enough. The most unnerving testimony came from a technician monitoring live feed. He swore he heard his own name sung within the chords, repeated 3 times, woven among voices. He resigned days later, refusing to explain further. Audio files remain in archives, though playback unsettles anyone who listens too long. Some claim prolonged exposure alters breathing, forcing lungs to slow until silence feels natural. Others insist dreams follow, corridors of water where sound itself is wall and roof, where faceless choirs wait to judge intruders. The pressure choir endures as one of the strangest mysteries of the Hadal Zone. Are they echoes of shifting plates, voices of whales resonating strangely, or something older than both, life that chose to exist only as sound, presence made of pressure? Whatever the case, the choir sings still, faint but relentless, proof that the deep has its own liturgy, patient and beyond translation. Beneath the atoll of Tarawa, sonar once mapped a cavern whose walls reflected with unnatural clarity. Divers later descended to confirm, expecting rough limestone or fractured coral. What they found instead were vaults, chambers whose walls gleamed like crystal, smooth, translucent, curving in arcs that echoed cathedral ceilings. They named them the glass vaults. The first chamber lay 200 meters down, entered through a narrow crack that opened suddenly into vastness. The ceiling stretched high above, yet no stalactites dangled. Instead, the walls shone like frozen waves, rippled but polished, catching beams of light and multiplying them into endless reflections. Divers swam forward and saw themselves repeated dozens of times, ghostly doubles drifting with every kick. The acoustics unnerved them most. Every word, every bubble, every tap echoed not once but many times, layered into strange harmonies. When one diver laughed nervously, the chamber returned the sound as a chorus, low and high, distorted into a hymn that followed them long after silence. The floor of the vault was not flat but bowed, curving inward like the basin of a bowl. A thin layer of silt coated it, shifting in patterns that resembled runes when disturbed. Some swore the marks realigned after seconds, smoothing back into unreadable lines, as if the floor disliked disorder. Instruments recorded odd anomalies. Temperatures inside the chamber held constant, colder than surrounding sea. Compasses spun slowly, never resting. Lights dimmed in cycles, though batteries showed full charge. Cameras captured faint flickers within reflections, faces that did not belong to the divers, strangers staring before fading into glass. Local lore had long whispered of the vaults. Fishermen said the sea hid palaces where spirits stored memories, vaults of glass that remembered every word ever spoken within them. To enter was to risk leaving part of oneself behind, caught in echo or reflection. When the divers surfaced, each admitted to the same sensation. The chamber had not been empty. Something listened, not with eyes or hands, but with walls. They felt their movements memorized, their words stored, their breath catalogued. The vaults did not merely reflect, they recorded. The first chamber remains charted but rarely entered. It is less cave than archive, a space where water meets memory, where reflections linger too long, and where silence waits patiently to repeat what you have given it. Beyond the first vault lay a tunnel too narrow for two divers to pass. They slid through single file, light scraping crystal walls that rang faintly under touch. After 40 meters, the tunnel opened, and they entered what became known as the second chamber. If the first vault resembled a cathedral, the second was a hall of mirrors. Every surface shone with greater clarity, polished to a gloss that seemed deliberate. Reflections here were sharper than life, faces crisper, bodies more defined. Divers found themselves distracted, staring at copies that blinked a fraction late or turned their heads independently. One diver swore his reflection smiled before he did. Another refused to look at the walls at all, keeping his gaze on the silt floor. The chamber's acoustics were stranger still. Sounds did not echo but folded. A single word spoken aloud returned as whispers circling the chamber, repeating syllables in fragmented order. When one diver said, "We should leave," the vault answered, "Leave, should, we." The voices were pitched differently, some higher, some lower, none belonging to the speaker. At the center lay a depression filled with brine clearer than surrounding seawater. Its surface reflected ceiling and divers alike, but inverted, as though reality had flipped beneath the layer. When one diver reached toward it, his reflection met his hand, pressed upward as if from below. The diver recoiled, refusing to touch again. Instruments faltered inside this vault. Compasses jittered in circles, depth gauges froze, and cameras captured blurred frames as though struggling to distinguish copy from source. A probe left overnight returned with warped casing, metal etched with patterns resembling letters, though no language could identify them. Local legends told of the Vault of Memory doubled, a place where souls rehearse their final moments before departure. Elders warned that those who lingered too long would be split, half left behind in reflection, half carried upward still breathing. Divers surfaced with heavy unease. Several reported dreams of standing before mirrors that multiplied endlessly, reflections walking forward even when they remained still. The second chamber did not simply reflect. It rehearsed. It imitated. And sometimes, it improved upon what it copied. The tunnel leading from the second chamber sloped downward. Divers hesitated, for their tanks ran low, but curiosity urged them deeper. After a narrow squeeze, they entered a space that expanded suddenly into an amphitheater of glass. Arched walls curved upward, meeting in a dome that caught every sound and multiplied it. This became known as the choir chamber. The chamber was vast enough to house a cathedral, yet entirely submerged, its ceiling lost in dim blue. The walls were striated like crystal columns, fluted as though carved deliberately. When a diver exhaled, the bubbles rose and struck the dome, each burst resonating like a bell tone. Soon, every breath became music. Then came the voices. Not from speakers, not from crew, but from the vault itself. Divers reported hearing tones layered over their own. Words warped into harmonies, vowels stretched into choral sound. One diver swore he heard his name sung back in three-part harmony. Another heard nothing but humming chords so pure they vibrated in bone. Recordings confirm faint resonance, frequencies outside normal range. Yet what machines captured sounded faint compared to divers' descriptions. They insisted the sound was not in water alone but inside their bodies. The choir chamber sang through them, turning lungs and bones into instruments. Legends align uncannily. Tarawa's elders speak of the hall where ancestors sing, a place where memory is rehearsed in endless hymns. Some say the chamber was carved not by sea but by spirits, who left walls shaped to amplify what no human voice should carry. The divers surfaced shaken. One described silence afterward as unbearable, as though the sea had withdrawn music too soon. Another confessed to hearing the harmonies for weeks, soft chords arriving whenever he breathed deeply. The choir chamber did not let go. Scientists call it resonance shaped by unusual geology. But the precision unsettles. No random cavern should tune sound so perfectly, nor return names sung in tones unrecorded. The choir chamber endures as echo and as presence, an undersea cathedral that waits patiently for breath to become him. The final vault of Tarawa was not meant to be found. After the choir chamber, the tunnel narrowed into a slit so tight only one diver attempted entry. He squeezed through darkness, scraping tanks against crystal walls until at last the passage widened. His lights revealed a chamber smaller than the rest yet more unsettling. This was the sealed chamber. Unlike the others, its walls did not gleam. They were opaque, milk-white, absorbing light rather than scattering it. Reflections vanished. No echoes followed. Words spoken fell flat, muffled, as though swallowed by cloth. The silence unnerved the diver immediately. He called over comms, but his voice reached the team only as faint static. Inside the chamber, the radio hissed but no replies came. He was alone. At the center of the vault lay a dome of glass darker than night, smooth and seamless, like an egg sunk into the floor. No seam, no crack, no flaw marked it. The diver circled cautiously, recording footage, his lights bending strangely across its surface. It did not reflect him, it reflected only darkness. He tapped it once with a probe. The chamber shook faintly, as though the dome resonated deeper than stone. He tapped again. This time a low vibration filled the water, not heard but felt in teeth and ribs. The diver recoiled, realizing the chamber was not inert. It answered. Legends long spoke of the vault that holds memory too heavy to bear, a place sealed against intrusion. Elders said spirits stored grief there, glass thick enough to hold sorrow itself. To break it, they warned, was to release what the sea had chosen to bind. The diver did not strike again. He marked coordinates and fled the chamber, squeezing back through the tunnel in panic. Later, he admitted he felt eyes within the dome, unseen but present, waiting for him to return. He never dove again. When footage was reviewed, the dome appeared faintly luminous in frames where the diver had turned away, as though it had chosen when to reveal itself. In one sequence, faint impressions pressed outward from inside, hand-like, face-like, shapes pushing against glass before melting back into dark. The sealed chamber remains off-limits. No team has returned, no samples collected. It is marked on maps only with a warning, not for entry. Yet its presence lingers in divers' stories. They describe dreams of standing before a sealed vault, hearing heartbeats not their own, and knowing that what waits inside does not forget. The sealed chamber completes the glass vaults: reflection, rehearsal, choir, and silence. Each one a stage, each one a lesson. Together they form an archive that remembers too much. And in the final chamber, silence is not emptiness, it is waiting. The Pacific is known for its vastness, its continuity, its seamless expanse of water stretching farther than any horizon can hold. And yet, within that seeming infinity, there are places where the ocean refuses to be whole. One of the most unsettling of these lies near Kiribati, a phenomenon sailors have whispered about for centuries. They call it the First Divide, a river within the ocean, a band of water that slices through the sea like a blade, leaving two worlds pressed against each other but never touching. It begins subtly, almost unnoticeable. From the deck of a ship, the eye first catches a faint shimmer on the horizon, a line where waves change their rhythm. One side looks sluggish, carrying silt and heavy foam, the other dances with quick, clear ripples. The closer you sail, the sharper the difference becomes. Soon it is unmistakable, two bodies of water, side by side, refusing to merge. Divers who entered the divide described the sensation as stepping between realities. On the heavy side, the sea clung to their skin like oil. Masks fogged faster, lights dimmed, and every movement dragged. Breathing grew labored, each inhalation thick, each exhalation slow. On the clear side, everything lifted. Bodies felt buoyant, fins sliced smoothly, lungs expanded as though inhaling crisp air. To swim along the seam was to be torn in two, each side demanding fealty. One diver reported his vision itself split. Through his left eye, the world appeared cloudy, shadows smearing into darkness. Through his right, light shimmered sharply, each bubble silver against the blue. He surfaced in panic, swearing that even after hours above water, his sight remained divided, one eye dim, the other blinding. Doctors found no physical cause. For days afterward, he blinked unevenly, as though each eye still swam in its chosen sea. Another diver described his arms moving at different speeds. His left dragged behind him, heavy as if weighted, while his right surged forward, light and quick. Instruments confirmed the strange pull. Water temperatures differed by several degrees, density too, yet neither current mixed. They pressed together like glass panes, edges vibrating but never merging. Even after hours, the boundary held. The seam stretched for kilometers, straight as a road. Some ships followed it for days, sails slack on one side, taut on the other. Compasses spun lazily near its path, and nets dropped into the divide returned empty, cords severed as though cut clean. Fishermen avoided the line, calling it the scar of gods. They told stories of canoes swallowed whole, never seen again, taken not by storm but by the river beneath the sea. Scientists attempted explanation. Salinity gradients, density fronts, thermoclines, these could create temporary divides. Yet none accounted for the persistence. The first divide did not fade with tide, nor disperse with storm. It held, season after season, a wound across the water. Sailors between Tarawa and the Marshalls reported unsettling phenomena. Ships drifted despite taut sails, compasses swung downward. They spoke of a hidden current carrying vessels against their course, invisible and wakeless. Dismissed for years as poor navigation, fatigue, or storm, the truth emerged when probes were lowered. Beneath the waves, divers found calm water, glassy, yet instruments betrayed chaos. Current meters spun, then stilled, pressure shifted unevenly. Dye tracers moved sideways into invisible corridors vanishing into black. One diver followed the dye, expecting turbulence. Instead, stillness prevailed. Fins met no push, yet his body drifted, tugged as if pulled from inside. His heartbeat slowed, sinking with the silent drag. The hidden current bent sound. Microphones recorded hollow, echoing voices. Sonar pings vanished. One diver's laugh returned thrice, each softer, farther. The strangest case involved tethered divers. One pulled forward, the other felt nothing. The tether later hung slack. The missing diver surfaced 50 meters away, recalling corridors lined with faint flickering lights, unable to explain the distance traveled. Local myths call it the road beneath water, used by spirits to move unseen. Anchors dropped their return tangled or severed. Some claimed the current stole time. Fishermen gone a day returned weeks later, skin pale, eyes distant, nets empty. Science struggled. Internal waves or density fronts were suggested, yet could not explain clocks running unevenly, divers resurfacing far, sounds vanishing into nowhere. The current shifted, charts became obsolete, unpredictable. Some stumbled into it accidentally, others chased nothing. A 1991 Japanese submersible drone saw calm water, then jolted forward. Lights revealed column-like glows forming corridors, instruments spiked, feed cut to static. Hours later, it surfaced with long parallel grooves on its hull, though no stone exists there. Those encountering the current report calm, not fear. Divers admit to wanting to follow, surrender to the pull, curious where it leads. Even skeptics feel unease at how natural it seems, less anomaly, more design. The ocean holds currents, storms, and tides, but near the Gilbert Islands, sailors speak of a passage that moves something stranger, time itself, called the corridor of time. It appears rarely, at dusk when the sea is calm and the horizon seems too near. From above, nothing distinguishes it. The ocean appears smooth, flat. Yet ships crossing it experience strangeness. Clocks slow or accelerate, minutes vanish, hours double, nights stretch. Some sail under a red sky that never darkens, others wake to daylight while stars still blaze. Divers reported confusion. Depth gauges contradicted one another, lights flickered with heartbeats, sounds elongated. One counted aloud 1, 2, 3, but comms recorded echoes stretched beyond comprehension. Returns were stranger. A 30-minute dive sometimes became 5 hours on surface, 2 hours below sometimes only 10 minutes passed. Footage lagged, reflections moved ahead of reality. The most unsettling case, 1968. A fishing crew entered calm seas at dusk, nets full. Hours later, they emerged near the same island, nets rotted, fish bones drifting. Beards had grown, hair lengthened, skin wrinkled, yet they insisted only a night had passed. Doctors could not reconcile years of aging with hours of memory. Local myths call it a borrowed road, where ancestors revisit the past. Elders warn humans return with lives mismatched. Bodies older than memory, memories longer than the body can endure. Some fishermen spoke of childhood events as though they just happened, while their children aged before them. Science offers little. Internal waves, magnetic anomalies, disorientation, they fail to explain watches disagreeing within a single hand, one tick rushing, another crawling, a third frozen. The pull is compelling. Diverse report calm, a willingness to drift. One wrote, "The water feels patient, like it knows I am late." Another felt déjà vu so profound he swore he had already dived, surfaced, and written his log. Ships wander far from course. One traveled 200 miles in a night without engines, another labored for weeks yet advanced 30 miles. Navigators abandoned maps, surrendering to the corridor's will, knowing resistance meant madness. The corridor of time shifts, appearing unexpectedly. Captains smell metallic air, feel sharp sea, notice silent birds or paused wind. Step inside, and days, years, even lifetimes are gambled. Yet it endures, documented, feared, sought. Empires may have used it, armies slipping overnight, but shortcuts exact a price. It is not storm, current, or tide. It is a passage through hours, offering the one gift and curse no human can resist: time, rewritten by the sea. The Pacific hides trenches deeper than imagination, but near the Phoenix Islands, explorers speak of a descent with no floor. They call it the endless descent, a vertical corridor where instruments fail, depth multiplies beyond maps, and divers swear they fall forever. It begins innocently. Sonar shows a basin, steep but measurable. Probes drop, expecting a bottom. Yet as machines sink, readings stretch absurdly, 10,000 meters, 12, 15, numbers beyond known trenches. Doubt settled when cables ran out with no contact, line devoured, echo absent. One 1986 dive is infamous. A reinforced probe sank 7 hours, recording steadily. At 20,000 meters the signal flickered, 22,000 meters passed and instruments ticked. Then, cut to black. Retrieved cable frayed as if abraded by stone, but no stone exists there. Divers reported unmatched disorientation. Lights reached only meters before darkness. Bodies felt weightless yet sinking. One diver fell while standing still, bubbles drifted sideways into black. Sound haunted them. Microphones captured faint voices, not echoes, not wails, but whispers stretched into long vowels. Divers claimed they heard their names, urging them deeper. Some resisted, others nearly unclipped tethers. Local myths call it where sea becomes sky, a passage to another world. Fishermen vanished, nets and boats swallowed. Elders insist the descent has no end, it is not hole but corridor. Science struggles. Sonar refraction or density layers may loop signals or scatter sound, yet none explain frayed cables, drifting bubbles, voices, slowed clocks, or minutes stretching into hours. Memories blur upon return. One diver wrote, "Lights below, faint then many, like cities through fog. Towers rising, streets glowing. I almost went." His tether held him, days later he whispered of voices carried in his lungs. The endless descent is feared not just for depth but invitation. Gravity pulls inward, not down. Divers admit leaving is hardest, the basin does not push back. It waits, patient, promising fall without impact, journey without end. Whether physics illusion or doorway elsewhere, the endless descent endures. It swallows instruments, tempts explorers, leaves stories sharing one truth: some abysses do not wish to be mapped. They wish to be followed. The Pacific hides trenches deeper than imagination, but near the Phoenix Islands, explorers speak of a descent with no floor. They call it the endless descent, a vertical corridor where instruments fail, depth multiplies beyond maps, and divers swear they fall forever. It begins innocently. Sonar shows a basin, steep but measurable. Probes drop, expecting a bottom. Yet as machines sink, readings stretch absurdly, 10,000 meters, 12, 15, numbers beyond known trenches. Doubt settled when cables ran out with no contact, line devoured, echo absent. One 1986 dive is infamous. A reinforced probe sank 7 hours, recording steadily. At 20,000 meters the signal flickered, 22,000 meters passed and instruments ticked. Then, cut to black. Retrieved cable frayed as if abraded by stone, but no stone exists there. Divers reported unmatched disorientation. Lights reached only meters before darkness. Bodies felt weightless yet sinking. One diver fell while standing still, bubbles drifted sideways into black. Sound haunted them. Microphones captured faint voices, not echoes, not wails, but whispers stretched into long vowels. Divers claimed they heard their names, urging them deeper. Some resisted, others nearly unclipped tethers. Local myths call it where sea becomes sky, a passage to another world. Fishermen vanished, nets and boats swallowed. Elders insist the descent has no end, it is not hole but corridor. Science struggles. Sonar refraction or density layers may loop signals or scatter sound, yet none explain frayed cables, drifting bubbles, voices, slowed clocks, or minutes stretching into hours. Memories blur upon return. One diver wrote, "Lights below, faint then many, like cities through fog. Towers rising, streets glowing. I almost went." His tether held him. Days later he whispered of voices carried in his lungs. The endless descent is feared not just for depth but invitation. Gravity pulls inward, not down. Divers admit leaving is hardest. The basin does not push back. It waits, patient, promising fall without impact, journey without end. Whether physics illusion or doorway elsewhere, the endless descent endures. It swallows instruments, tempts explorers, leaves stories sharing one truth: some abysses do not wish to be mapped. They wish to be followed. Not far from the etched plateau lies another anomaly, the spiral array. Sonar revealed curves, not grids, sweeping arcs winding into perfect spirals across the seabed. Stretching for kilometers, visible from satellites, divers confirm trenches curling like a nautilus scaled to monstrous size. Unlike sand ripples or volcanic fissures, these spirals carried symmetry beyond chance, arcs bending smoothly, evenly spaced, as if traced by a compass too vast to comprehend. The first dive disoriented the team. Swimming along one spiral meant circling endlessly, horizons curved away with no straight line. One diver felt drawn inward, guided to a center unseen. Another circled for minutes, only to realize he had drifted miles. Instruments defied logic. Compasses spun erratically, aligning toward the spiral's center. Dye tracers flowed neatly along arcs, pulled inward as if guided by invisible hands. Microphones recorded faint tones, loops resonating at different pitches, forming chords. One diver's log described the most unsettling moment. Over a loop, he saw the trench spiral endlessly downward, like a drill into the planet. Seconds later, the illusion vanished, yet he still dreams of falling, turning endlessly with no end. Theories abounded. Rare tectonic fractures twisting under pressure, chemical erosion, currents carving arcs, but none explained such perfection. Here, chaos wore the mask of design. Local traditions echo eeriness. Elders speak of spiral paths walked by spirits circling inward until vanishing. Fishermen avoided, saying nets return twisted, ropes coiled so tightly they must be cut. Storms rise above it, as if the sea resents intrusion. Footage unsettled researchers. At the spiral center, lights flickered, visible only in frames, pulsing like coded beacons. Some claimed coincidence, others whispered the array functioned as signal, not scar. Its purpose remains unknown: navigation, resonance, or memory, carved in stone by forces unknown. The spiral array defies dismissal. Too neat, too vast, too persistent, it pulls thought inward as it pulls current. Witnessing it is to circle, return, spiral again. Perhaps its intent is to remind us, not all paths are straight, and not all journeys are meant to end. Beyond the spiral array, sonar revealed something stranger: the lattice field. The seabed flattened for miles, patterned with thin, intersecting ridges forming a precise web. Each ridge less than a meter wide, rising half a meter, lines crossing at perfect intervals into squares and diamonds. Unlike the grooves of the etched plateau or arcs of the spiral array, this lattice was delicate, like threads woven tightly into cloth. Divers swam above it, seeing a tapestry shimmering faintly, catching lights in ways ordinary stone would not. Ridges felt smooth, almost glassy, some faintly vibrating, as if carrying current. When submersible lights were off, the lattice glowed pale blue, pulsing slowly like breathing. Cameras confirmed the glow, dimming when approached, brightening when left, almost as if aware. Instruments acted strangely. Sonar returned blurred echoes, compasses leaned toward intersections, acoustic pulses traveled farther than expected. Hydrophones across the lattice registered vibrations simultaneously when a ridge was struck, as though the field carried and multiplied sound. Local legends speak of a woven sea, stitched by gods to keep the world whole. Elders warned that glowing stitches signal trespass. Fishermen avoided dropping anchors lest ropes tangle permanently. One diver reported a hum inside his mask, rising and falling. Gauges flickered in rhythm, faintly audible on footage. He wrote, "The lattice does not sit passively. It sings. Not to us, but through us." Theories split. Geologists suggested manganese cracks or chemical precipitation sculpted ridges, but critics argued stone does not pulse nor weave with such perfection. Some speculated the lattice was an immense instrument, amplifying sound, directing currents, regulating energy, designed beyond human scale. By whom? For what purpose? The lattice field remains unexplained, fragile yet immense, delicate yet enduring. Divers feel unease not from danger, but order. Chaos rules the sea, yet here lies precision, humming softly, glowing faintly, reminding all who pass that the ocean floor remembers patterns we cannot yet decipher. The final anomaly emerged unexpectedly. In 2011, survey vessels between the Line Islands and Hawaii recorded a grid across the seafloor, neat rectangles stretching for kilometers. Months later, another vessel found nothing. Sharp, geometric lines had vanished, replaced by flat, unmarked stone. Thus began the story of the vanishing grid. Sonar first mapped corridors in perfect squares, sides nearly 100 meters, resembling city blocks. Submersibles confirmed deep trenches, sharp corners, intersections repeating with precision. Some corridors were wide enough to swallow submarines. Cameras caught faint shimmer inside grooves, as though currents flowed preferentially. When researchers returned, instruments showed featureless plain. Maps overlaid on old surveys confirmed the change. Divers reported disorientation. Lights dimmed at edges, shadows suggested lines visible only from certain angles. Swimming above blank stone, they sometimes glimpsed grids stretching faintly where none had been moments before. The grid flickered in and out, not erased but hidden. Footage revealed more. Cameras swept flat seabed, nothing unusual. In 3 frames, lines appeared, then vanished. Slowed playback showed shadows walking along vanished lines, faint figures gliding in formation, visible only seconds before dissolving. Theories faltered. Sediment shifts seemed unlikely, no storms recorded. Seismic events failed to match timing. Some argued the grid was never physical, a projection, appearing only under certain conditions, like a hologram in water, visible to some instruments, some eyes. Local legends speak of the walking map, appearing only when spirits need paths, disappearing when not. Elders warn witnesses are marked as wanderers, losing their way on land and sea. One diver wrote, "We swam over nothing, yet I felt walls around me. My fins brushed corridors that were not there. The ocean decided what I could see and when. The grid exists. It simply chooses. The vanishing grid unsettles because it defies permanence. Science relies on repetition. Here lies a structure that appears and disappears at will. To sail above it is to wonder whether one drifts over plain or city. To dive is to question if the floor beneath exists, or waits for the right eyes, the right time, to reveal itself. It closes the chapter of anomalies not with certainty but with reminder: the sea is not static. Even stone may lie. Even maps fail. And sometimes, what we measure is not structure but decision, the ocean's choice to share, or conceal. In the Central Pacific, sailors reported strange gatherings of light beneath waves, shapes moving like fish yet shining brighter than lanterns. Scientists dismissed them as plankton, squid, or moonlight reflections. When cameras finally captured them, the truth was stranger: formations of glowing bodies drifting in perfect unison, neither fish nor birds. They became known as the phantom flocks of biolight. The first confirmed sighting came west of Palmyra Atoll. Just after midnight, the sea glowed faintly in patches. At first it seemed ordinary bioluminescence stirred by the ship, but patches began moving independently, weaving arcs and spirals, assembling into vast wings. Glow intensified, forming flocks sweeping in perfect formation. Some circled the vessel, others pulsed onward like living constellations. Divers described awe mixed with dread. Small translucent bodies, barely hand-sized, pulsed rhythmically, synchronized like a breathing organism. When approached, the flock parted smoothly, acknowledging presence without fear. Strangely, they were silent. Hydrophones picked up nothing. Hundreds, even thousands, moved together without disturbance. A diver compared it to a ghost orchestra performing in silence, each note implied but unheard. Behavior defied chance. They formed symbols, spirals, crosses, lattices. One mirrored Orion beneath the stars, another resembled an eye, iris pulsing before dissolving. Skeptics cited coincidence, but divers insisted the patterns lasted too long, too deliberate. Nets returned empty, water samples showed only plankton, cameras blurred as if the light bent lenses. Unknown jellyfish or squid could not explain synchronized flocking. Electrical discharge required storms, yet none brewed. Islanders already had names: ghost birds of the sea, spirits of drowned navigators. Elders warned following them led deeper, toward trenches from which no boat returned. Some tales spoke of flocks rising above waves before plunging back. A diver in 1994 recounted being encircled by a sphere of light, time slowing, heartbeats sinking to pulses. He wanted to stay, crew hauled him back. He later said the lights visited his dreams, pulsing rhythm in sleep. Scientists remain divided: biology, chemistry, or illusion. None explain why flocks move as if commanded, mirror stars, or seem aware of observation. The phantom flocks endure as reminder: not all light in the sea is mindless. Some gathers, some organizes, some travels with purpose. To watch them is to feel awe and dread, for beauty in such silence always carries meaning beyond human understanding. Not all phantom flocks drift as gentle clouds. Some gather into spirals, vast vortices of light rising and sinking like living galaxies. Sailors swore the sea became sky, stars spinning beneath waves. These were the spiral flights. The first recorded spiral flight occurred near the Line Islands on a calm night. Crew saw faint glimmers below moving in circles. Within minutes, thousands of glowing forms assembled, swirling tighter into a single column twisting upward. The column spun like a reversed whirlpool, carrying light toward the surface. Divers entering the water were overwhelmed. The spiral tower stretched hundreds of meters, bodies darting in arcs too synchronized for accident. Each pulsed rhythmically, glow cascading upward like beads on a string. Divers felt pulled, not by current, but by rhythm. One wrote, "It was music for the eyes, a song I could not hear but felt in my chest." Instruments reacted strangely. Compasses spun to align with the spiral's axis. Depth gauges flickered. Cameras distorted, frames bending as if gravity itself twisted. One diver swore exhaled bubbles curved, caught in spiral flow until vanishing above. The spiral flights behaved deliberately. Wings of light unfurled before collapsing inward. Spirals sometimes tilted, pointing to the horizon. Once, the spiral rose entirely above the surface, a glowing tower. Water streamed off hovering forms before plunging back down. Local stories long prepared observers. Islanders spoke of a star road, a spiral path walked by ascending souls. Elders warned following it meant leaving the world. Some said ancestors used the spiral to guide canoes, reading its tilt as compass. Others claimed it appeared before storms, light gathering to warn travelers. The most haunting encounter occurred in 2007. A diver swam into the spiral, reaching the center. Glow intensified until everything became white. Teammates saw him vanish for 30 seconds, no tether, no torch. He re-emerged unconscious, pulse irregular. He claimed to float in a void filled with countless glowing eyes, all staring, all silent. He never returned to the sea. Science struggles. Mass plankton blooms cannot form such tight gyres, electromagnetic alignment is insufficient. Skeptics admit the behavior is too precise, towering, intentional. Spiral flights resemble architecture, structures that build, perform, then dissolve. They recur unpredictably across the Pacific, sometimes once a decade, sometimes twice a month. No debris, no trace, only stories and blurred footage. To witness one is to feel awe and dread. Beauty so deliberate feels like invitation, and invitation implies host. The question is not how they spiral, but who, or what, leads them. The phantom flocks do not always dance beneath waves or spiral upward. Sometimes they choose stranger stages. Near Tokelau, mariners reported flocks of biolight arranging along the horizon itself, a spectacle called the split horizon. It begins subtly. Dusk falls, stars prick the sky, the sea glimmers faintly. Then light gathers outward, forming a thin luminous band at the edge where sea meets sky. The band thickens, splitting horizon into dark and glowing layers, resembling a false dawn rising where night still reigns. In 1998, crew aboard Kealoha recorded one encounter. Initially mistaking the glow for city lights, they found no city nearby. As they approached, thousands of luminous bodies hovered inches above the sea, stretching east to west as if redefining the world's edge. Divers swam toward the glow, experiencing vertigo unlike any other dive. The band felt like a wall, dense, almost physical, yet yielding. Crossing it distorted horizon and sea, reflections doubled, sky fractured. Some saw two suns, others two moons. Instruments failed, compasses spun, clocks disagreed, cameras returned static. Yet the flock glided calmly, wings of light sketching across mirrored skies. One diver who crossed and returned swore he had been gone hours. He described walking, rather than swimming, along a non-existent shore, guided by the flock. Distant luminous figures watched him silently before the sea folded, returning him. His watch was broken, hands pointing nowhere, glass frosted. Tokelau legends speak of a second edge of the sea, a horizon appearing when ancestors guide souls. Elders warned sailors never to chase it, those who cross do not return whole. Voyagers vanished for years yet reappeared claiming mere days had passed. The split horizon is not boundary but invitation, a door disguised as distance. Science offers few answers. Optical illusions or plankton blooms cannot explain divers crossing, instruments breaking, or footage showing distortions no mirage could produce. A chilling video shows the flock hovering at the horizon. The glow arches upward like a gate, splitting the horizon into darkness and radiance, then collapsing as sea and sky resume a seamless line. Viewers report unease, as though glimpsing something not meant to be recorded. The split horizon unsettles because it redefines the familiar. Horizon is anchor, the line separating sea and sky. To see it split is to lose certainty of where one world ends and another begins. In that uncertainty lies dread, for boundaries we trust may be illusions, held together only until something chooses to remind us otherwise. The flocks had patterns, rings, spirals, mirrored constellations, but one formation arrived without glow. Crew on night watch saw the sea dim where it should have glittered, a patch of darkness moving like a school. Cameras captured absence shaped like wings, edges swallowing starlight. This was the silent flock. It traveled as if light itself had been braided and undone. Around its edges, ordinary bioluminescence blinked nervously. Inside, nothing flickered. Hydrophones recorded less than silence, even the ship's hum fell away. Voices whispered without meaning, swallowed by deliberate quiet. Divers entered cautiously, tethered. The first felt vertigo, eyes insisting on blindfold. The second described velvet dark pressed to skin. A boundary met them, pressure without push. Beyond, water was colder, starless. Instruments looped readings, depth repeated, compasses spun and faced each other, sound meters displayed negative values. Tapping tanks produced delayed, weighted notes. Shapes moved ahead, bodies or voids shaped like bodies, swimming with the grace of birds on thermals, yet stirring no water. The flock parted, opening a corridor lined by impossible straight edges, guiding the diverse precisely. Elders in the Gilberts called it taking wing, ancestors crossing water in bodies made of lac, warning to speak one's name or forget it. Midway, all clocks stopped. Divers reached a vast plaza of dark, the flock assembling above, wings without outline, feathers without light. The dome pressed thought thin, numbers slipped, songs unraveled. Bubbles dwindled to pinpoints of blankness. When the leader signaled withdrawal, the dome followed, companioning rather than threatening. Breathing synchronized. At the boundary, the membrane flexed and let them pass. Outside, light returned. Ordinary biolight erupted around the flock, forming a halo pulsing in 3, 2, 1 beats, Morse perhaps, though untranslatable. Darkness unbraided. Deck hands spoke too loudly. Divers felt wings brushing fingers, instruments returned reluctantly. Footage recorded uniform black where the flock passed, audio carrying inverted hiss that engineers could not remove. Explanations failed, jellies, camera gain, neural adaptation, all insufficient. Weeks later, the captain walked at 3 a.m., room too loud, expecting black feathers to drip from water. The silent flock taught subtraction, some mysteries arrive by absence. They hush engines and names, borrow your time, darken what they touch. The world resumes, yet afterward, when lights flicker, when rooms feel draped, you remember water that chose to be wing, and a choir of nothing that sang you gently home. The southern Tonga Trench appeared a boundary, yet recent maps hinted at passages cut into the slope. When the first submersible entered, the crew named the space the archive. The doorway rose 20 meters high, a clean ellipse of black stone. No rubble, no stalactites, only absurdly smooth edges. The pilot inched forward, lights brushing the lintel, and slid inside. Water cooled by breath, not a degree, carrying the taste of metal. Inside, a boulevard of silt stretched between low rock shoulders. On them lay objects, tablets the size of doors, stacked with impossible neatness, translucent and dark. Glyphs shifted faintly within, lines, arcs, constellations of dots, resolving into diagrams and then nothing. A tap of the camera confirmed, the images persisted politely. Sound behaved with clerical discipline, the chamber did not echo, it filed. This room remembers, the pilot said. Right-hand shelves glowed like pearl, forming maps of currents pinned by black stones. Rings pulsed in 21-minute cadence, naming them made them flare. Left-hand shelves held panels that behaved like text, lines forming paragraphs, numbers twisting into knotted ropes. The boulevard ended at a circular chamber, a ceiling descended like a pupil, and a plinth of pearl rose at the center, shallow dish at its crown filled with fine sand. A finger traced a spiral in air. The sand copied, widening into a galaxy the dish barely contained. Compasses leaned toward the plinth, timecode stuttered. A straight line gesture became crescents, a circle gained a seed of night. Paragraphs firmed into shapes almost remembered but impossible to name. The co-pilot asked softly, "What are you?" The chamber returned a tone of intention, not language. They withdrew carefully. The ellipse shone, a black skate drifting aside. Watches on deck disagreed by 7 seconds each, then synchronized, then desynchronized on pause. Sleep was restless, dreams of shifting shelves haunting them. Returning, they rehearsed silence, agreeing on a rule, no gestures without a witness. Through the doorway again, the craft slid like a bead through cloth. The first aisle glimmered with patient objects, deeper, a tone waited to be struck or forgiven. The archive did not open, it received. And receiving, it made every visitor careful, smaller, utterly awake. They returned to the archive at first light, descending through water so calm it seemed held by hand. The doorway waited, a perfect ellipse polished like bone. Passing beneath felt less like crossing stone than being admitted by a host that remembered them. Inside, the central boulevard extended with ceremonial simplicity, a pale lane of silt edged by low shelves. Dark panels lay on the shelves like sleeping panes of glass. The water felt fractionally cooler, the silence textured, attentive. The crew took the right-hand aisle first. Panels brightened for voice, whispers sharpened tidal feathers, humming coaxed rings to pulse, laughter lifted lattices of braided currents. When the co-pilots sang a thin scale, lights traveled forward along panels, cutting clean at bends and returning clipped and filed. Numbers appeared, dissolved, and returned as knots, rope sentences remembered from reefs. Intervals pulsed, 21 minutes, 19, 17. Matching currents, the trench itself seemed to breathe. Gestures sprouted echoes ahead of motion. A hand lifted, its ghost rose first within a panel. They rehearsed deliberate work, point, record, withdraw. Breathing slowed. Bubbles ascended in pairs, time to faint rings quivering along pearl shelves. Left aisles held images pretending memory, then translating it into utility. A smiling child became wave period, a storm's ragged edge formed a perfect spiral. History was quarry, use was reverence. A low tone arrived from deeper rooms. The aisle narrowed, ceiling brushed polished seams. In silt lay long arcs where something had turned, traffic. Four aisles met beneath a ringed ceiling. At its center stood a pearl column with narrow gills, water pulsed through, inhaling and exhaling. Panels brightened along paths in time, touch read tempo. Maps displayed currents braided and unbraided, a spiral traced on slate elicited a polite response in silt. The archive was not just storage. It was instrument, tuning water to a notation they could not yet read. Beyond, chambers held slender stele with shallow notches. Light cast shadows treated by the mind as phrases. Notes whistled and trembled in call and response, traveling outward like gulls lifting in order. A braided glass gate rose, threads crossing and fusing, migrating upward like a slow zipper. Beyond lay slabs on edge and a narrow brine rill. A falling drop sent pale light along right angles, then silence. Thresholds did not merely open, they decided. The pilot chose restraint. A single ring of cable marked their passage. The pearl column's tone finished like a stamp. On deck, suits smelled faintly of cool stone. Watches cascaded by 7-second intervals, corrected only in line. That night, wind hummed in 21-minute cycles. Dreams carried aisles that followed breath. One rule prevailed for next descent: slower, simpler, quieter. They planned the third entry with restraint, no gestures without witnesses, no experiments beyond undoing. The pilot eased the sub through the ellipse, trimming thrusters to a hush. "We breathe, it listens," the operator whispered. The right aisle brightened first, pearl rings pulsing 21, 19, 17 minutes. Their chests fell into the room's slow metronome. By accident they found a table of pearl cups, thousands of coin-sized vessels. Bubbles rose, threads sorted them, one drank every third, another took only pairs. Symbols shimmered, then vanished as bubbles broke. A catalogue, the operator murmured, but of what? Exhalations became notation, speed, tremor, fatigue captured in scripts that flashed and disappeared. On a nearby panel, arcs and rests traced a breathing curve, tagged with a coastline unrecognized. The pilot exhaled slowly, 4 in, 4 out. The cups arranged into bars of light, rests marked by hollows. The co-pilot's quicker pattern threaded above his, a tidy duet. Beyond, niches pulsed like gills, pearl discs revealing breath not human, wail, storm, swarm, hadal lantern cadence. One small line jittered with anxious peaks, the operator named it a child or hurried creature. The archive allowed no verdict, only record. A shallow basin held a film of water. Rings raced outward when the co-pilot hummed. They formed hexagons, then a lattice from a previously mapped field. Breath became pattern, pattern remembered place. At the corridor's end, the index wall rose like frost, corrugated with shallow waves ticking in distinct cadences. Touching one trough, the operator's watch slipped 7 seconds, then recovered. "It filed me," he whispered. Panels displayed human curves they did not own, breath lines annotated with rope letters, islands, and storms. Some belonged to divers lost mid-arc, others to sailors who breathed out once and never in. Courtesy returned courtesy. The aisle dimmed, lamps winking off, the pearl table exhaled them politely. Their lungs obeyed the archive's rhythm, resisting brought nausea. On deck, traces confirmed the duet, the wire-thin panic, the lantern chorus. The operator played the organ-like note threaded with hiss and said, "If it keeps our breath, it keeps our time." That night, hidden cables thrummed every 21 minutes. The pilot awoke with a gentle dread, counting 4 in, 4 out, picturing cups lighting, staff accepting quiet, the index wave holding them steady. Below, the archive continued its patient work, filing tides, cataloging storms, and preserving the small music of lungs that dared to breathe in its halls. The fourth entry began with a silent promise: "We take nothing that belongs to you." The pilot eased the sub through the ellipse, half thrust, stopping where the boulevard widened toward a shadowed transept. Water cooled a breath, lamps softened. Silence felt rule rather than absence. A narrow aisle led portside, roof low enough to brush the sub's fairings. Shelves held slabs darker than glass, seams where brine fell in slow, even drops. "Sleeping doors," the operator whispered. A slate brightened faintly as if forgiving thought. At the aisle's end, a human-scaled frame of braided pearl held a tea-colored pane dusted with drifting points. They rearranged, spirals, lattices, then the waveforms of breath left in the catalog. "Payment," murmured the operator. A slow curve traced in water tied a neat knot. It pulsed twice, then rested. The pilot felt the room consider him, and he considered it back. Beyond, a circular chamber held silt unmarked. A low pillar bore a shallow ring with brine circulating clockwise, vanishing and returning at a notch as if sentences finished by another mouth. The co-pilot recognized indexing, the stream cataloged their path. When they moved, it brightened, when still, it dimmed. Behind, dark slabs slid a few centimeters, orderly, unresentful, shelving them. Pearl rings resumed cadences, braided and unbraided, syncing 21 with 19, 17 with 20. "Notate us," the pilot whispered, and the archive slowed to human pace. A person-height recess held a thin, clear water skin. Something gleamed behind it like a closed eye. The crew turned lamps away, the skin subsided. Beyond a low door, a desk of pearl bore 6 shallow bowls: sand, sugar, black silt, mica, crushed shell, and water. Above, a mobile of thread-thin rods carried notches. Gestures weighed, breath became script. A slow exhale tipped a rod, spilling mica flakes into the pool. They hovered, then drifted outward. A hum prompted another rod, shell slid and melted to milk. The tea-colored pane brightened, their invisible knot pulsed, debt measured, not demanded. They left carefully. The frame dilated to take their profile, the trough circled on. Slabs slid back, orderly. The archive closed nothing, asked nothing, returning to patient work. On deck, coffee relearned names, hands wavered between steady and unsteady. Dreams visited the braided frame unweaving and a faceless figure stepping through, himself arranged by intervals rather than skin. Morning brought a long southern swell, 21, 20, 19 minutes, then back again. The boat rode it unaware why. The archive below kept hesitation, promise, and debt gently, until the debtor returned with nothing to pay but attention and a slower breath. Instruments calm, the fourth entry closed, and the crew was grateful for not being kept. Kiribate's central waters lie calm to the point of unease. Squalls skirt horizons, storms spend themselves elsewhere, and the sea rests like dark glass. Crews crossing between Tarawa and Abayang speak of a stripe that interrupts even that stillness, a band so black it seems to erase what passes above it. They call it the Black Rung, as if someone set a single step across the ocean for reasons unknown. From a distance, the rung looks like a seam in the world. Clouds break at its edge, sunlight thins, and moonlight disappears, swallowed by velvet. Charts record it drifting season to season, a persistent ink stroke. The first dive found ordinary water behaving like decision. Visibility collapsed, lamps dimmed without power loss, even the sub's paint darkened as if recalling a truer version of itself. The pilot eased downward, sensing the craft's instinct to level, refusing pitch or roll. Divers entered tethered, speech minimal. The rung felt thin, yet extended beyond sight. Rising, they were released, sinking, released again. Buoyancy steadied, breathing slowed, hush replaced ordinary sea noise. Exhalations recorded on microphones sounded muffled, as if through cloth. Tactile observation startled them. Palms met a surface not glass, not membrane, yet firm. Knees brushed it, weight was held. Water bore them like a horizontal plank, invisible but strong. Instruments insisted nothing existed. Magnetometers drifted parallel to the band. Hydrophones recorded absence, neat and patient, widening to accept thruster noise, then closing as if shelving it. Local lore predates charts. Elders tell of rungs beneath the surface left by navigators before canoes learned to float, paths that remember feet, allowing passage without distance. Children are warned, step wrong, and you return changed, quieter, careful, reluctant to rush. A second expedition released dye. Above or below, it collected in a thin plane, traveling hundreds of meters without spreading. Weighted spheres hesitated, rose, or fell precisely to the band, drifting sideways at walking pace. At night, the rung darkened further, absorbing starlight, yet a silver fringe pulsed 21, 19, 20 minutes, a cadence the sea seemed to respect. One diver traversed it alone. Midway, he felt taller, not stronger or lighter, joints subtly spaced, posture corrected. Sentences became spare. At the far point, darkness thinned to smoke, revealing faint ovals pressed into the water, aligned like footprints. Following them made travel effortless, strain returned fatigue. The band bore weight and escorted him back. Explanations fail, internal waves cannot hold flat through storms, microbubbles glitter, yet this drank. Magnetic anomalies explain compass drift, not the plank that bore weight. The black rung remains courteous, unwilling to be owned. It moves slightly each season, marking quiet minutes at sea. Divers return measured, slow to promise, aligned to tempos they cannot name. The second expedition returned with a plan as narrow as the band itself, measure the faint steps pressed into water and cross without deviation. They called it the step pattern. Every rule began with level shoulders, level gaze, level fins. The pilot set the sub parallel to the rung, like a spirit level laid along a beam. Lamps glowed courteous gray, not to pierce, but to respect. They found the steps, ovals barely visible, glimmering like scuffed night. Each lay 2 arm lengths apart, then 2 again, then 1.5, a practiced cadence. Palms hovered over an oval, and the water gained a fraction of firmness. Drift between prints, and fatigue returned. The prints were permission given shape. The first crossing began at dusk. Stars blurred at the rung's margins, leaving a corridor of workable dark. Diver A stepped first, measured and patient. Diver B shadowed, tether slack to prove trust. They spoke only agreed syllables: hold, cross, back. The sub stayed 3 meters to the right, nose aligned with the band. Hydrophones cut a notch in background hiss that deepened when a foot found the center of a print. Midway, the pattern shifted. Ovals narrowed, then doubled, as if two travelers once walked side by side. Diver A paused. A silver fringe brightened along the left track, pulsing 21, 20, 19, trench cadence. The right remained matte. Ease returned as he followed the brightened path. At the band's migration seam, the step pattern wove, interleaving ovals requiring a brief shuffle, one heel touching where the other would land, a minor knot untied by patience. Sub-lamps dimmed further, unbidden. Sensors obeyed each exact step, magnetometers slid a degree, hydrophones carved approving notches. Silence sharpened like applause. The pilot trimmed buoyancy by the weight of a coin, keeping the nose level within a hair's breadth. Local elders offered lore as calibration. Lift the chin at the fourth print. Let elbows float when the rung grows shy. Each instruction confirmed by the band itself. At the far margin, the pattern ended not with a print but a square of water, firm like memory. Diver A stood, body taller, posture corrected, measured, and kind. Returning, breath guided the band. Exhale on alternating steps braided a rope of light, guiding like a patient animal. Mistimed breaths dissolved it, the steps became petty. The rung was not moral, it delivered consequences as etiquette obeys physics. Move with regard, or be reminded. Even the sub's thrusters pulsed in rhythm with trench cadence, lights brightening with alignment. Ashore, the crew walked differently. Level mugs, squared frames, shoulders honoring invisible lintels. Crowds yielded as if footprints awaited. They did not speak it aloud. They only moved quieter, taller, memorized by the rung and memorizing it back. The step pattern remains the cleanest grammar the black rung offers, a sentence of permission. Cross here. Pause here. Lift your chin at 4. The third return began beneath a slate sky, riding along, patient swell. The bar held steady, precise as a carpenter's line drawn across water. The plan: repeat the step pattern, refine timings, leave before weather gathered. Simplicity ended when sonar revealed a second stripe approaching, cutting a straight course and crossing the original at a perfect right angle. At the intersection, the surface clarified into a small diamond, a hinge of order pivoting between currents. Divers entered with caution. The sub hovered 3 meters above, lamps dimmed to gray. Footprints shifted approaching the diamond, ovals narrowed into lentils, then lozenges, setting stride like sheet music sets tempo. Breathing with the shading shortened distance, against it, fatigue returned. The water offered resistance beneath fingertips, firm for a heartbeat, then permissive. Die aligned itself into straight edges along the bar, obeying gestures with quiet poise. The frame suggested. A silver fringe pulsed trench cadence, 21, 20, 19. Stepping onto its slackened tethers, missteps brought only doubled effort. Alignment was voluntary. Courtesy paid better than force. Squares replaced ovals, stitched corner to corner, every 30 paces a landing tile brightened for 1 beat, dimmed for 1, then waited. Pausing exactly that long kept the path attentive. A tone arrived, hushed, pitched between heart and thought, alignment itself singing. Returning, the original rung looked like a breathless lane. The diamond widened, narrowed, stilled. A turn crossed again, shedding a feather, paused, drifted along the beam. Back aboard, instruments recorded nothing unusual, compasses obeyed axes, hydrophones deepened silence like receipt. The crossbeam remained sparse in photographs, dense in posture. It appears when routes argue, journeys tangle. It asks no worship, lays 90 degrees on water, and lets balance decide whether to be kept by an idea steadier than weather. Accept, and the sea carries you 2 prints farther than you deserve. Refuse, and it waits, level as law, patient as wood, until your ankles remember the kindness of right angles. The fourth entry began not with a dive but with weather. Barometers fell, the horizon smudged, and long swell lifted the ship like a suit measured for form. Across the restless skin the black rung held straight, a matte sentence underlined by chop. "We cross once, and slowly," the captain said. "If the sea means to level us, we will listen." Rain widened the stripe. 2 divers went, the sub idled above with lamps dimmed. Hydrophones carved a notch from hiss. An elder said, "Walk as if your names are fresh paint." At the crossbeam's hinge, a smaller square waited, pulsing trench cadence, 21, 20, 19. Diver A touched the first print, yield met pressure, ease replaced wobble. Diver B half beat behind, the sentence remained straight beneath their chests. The band subtracted all else, generator hum, chop, clink of tools, only breathing stayed, trimmed to a clean line. The elder guided gestures. "Lift your chins at 4. Relief followed each correct step. Midway, ovals tightened into short bars, then squares stitched corner to corner. Diagonal tethers nudged ankles, hesitation brought fatigue, obedience restored ease. The rung flared a narrow silver glare. Magnetometers lay parallel, the sub found the height the band preferred. Courtesy had units. At the migration seam, the band raised a landing of pause, a square that bore nothing yet held weight, posture corrected by an idea. Prints split into twin lanes, a third narrow strip, the keeper appeared. "Do not step on it," the elder warned. They obeyed, it deepened to velvet, drinking glare. At the far margin, prints curved into a shallow bow, the silver fringe braided into a rope of light. Exhaling in count, the rope advanced 1 pace ahead, writing a script that never misspelled. Crossing the hinge, the sea went quiet, the square pulsed, paused, pulsed again, then closed. The keeper thinned to memory, a caution offered without ceremony. Back aboard, barometers fell, wind shouldered, yet the ship carried posture the storm could not subtract. In days after, hinges went quiet, stairs gave more tread if climbed with chin lifted, thresholds paused 1 beat longer. Satellite images held nothing, yet the crew aligned frames, squared mugs and shoes. The elder said, "The band will call you when you are bent and do not know it. Answer slow. Bring breath counted, ankles willing, a promise to return kinder than you arrived." That night, the rung narrowed to a thread and then to a thought. Beneath, a trench kept 21, 20, 19, above, a feather paused over the water, drifting along a beam unseen. The night after the fourth crossing lingered like a shadow across the sea. Crews reported subtle tremors under hulls, minor hesitations in wave patterns, as though the black rung exhaled slowly after its work. From above, the water shimmered with a faint undulation, almost imperceptible, a pulse not of wind nor tide. Divers noted their instruments registering nothing unusual, yet their limbs remembered, muscles adjusted without command, shoulders leveled, spine straightened. The sea taught posture, even in absence of visual cues. Descending at dusk, the submersible entered a stretch that had seemed familiar in previous explorations. Only now, under the faint bioluminescent sheen of plankton, the band revealed threads of lighter water flowing perpendicular to the main stripe. These threads drifted like corridors through matte black, weaving between the familiar steps and landing tiles. A feather carried by the current paused midair above a filament, spinning slowly as though inspecting the flow. The diver's breath synchronized with the subtle movement, exhalations elongated, inhalations softened. A rhythm emerged, quiet but insistent, demanding attention without command. A small, square aperture in the band appeared ahead, not aligned with the previous hinge or landing. It emitted a silver glow, pulsing in the same 21, 20, 19 cadence but shifted, like a heartbeat heard through walls. When a diver extended a hand, water resisted gently, then released. The sensation was polite, expectant. Instruments hummed quietly, hydrophones catching the notch again, now wider, accepting and shelving noise in the familiar way. The sub's lights dimmed involuntarily, following the band's preference for low glare. The crew observed as fluorescent dye released above and below gathered along the hidden threads, spinning briefly around corners that had no visible geometry, then proceeding along a straight, invisible channel. Density seemed unchanged, temperature and salinity stable. Still, the threads bore weight. A diver could rest a palm, a knee, even a shoulder, and the water would hold him, teasing balance from nothingness. The band extended its courtesy, offering passage, guidance, and measure. Each pulse whispered continuity, a quiet insistence that the journey was ongoing, and the ocean was aware of travelers who honored it. The explorers continued along the hidden threads, entering a stretch that seemed to murmur with a presence rather than visible form. Water shimmered in soft gradients, the matte black band now interlaced with narrow channels that shifted as if alive, folding and unfolding beneath each stroke of the submersible. Divers noticed subtle changes in pressure under their palms, minor nudges that encouraged alignment and stillness. Breathing became a conversation with the sea, each exhalation accepted, each inhale returned in kind. They moved cautiously, aware that the band measured their intent, not just their steps. A second landing appeared, smaller and slightly elevated, glowing faintly with a silvery blue hue. Stepping onto it felt like pressing into a memory, the water shaping itself beneath limbs, inviting posture and attention. Dye released from a hand spread along the edges, forming a delicate ribbon that followed a hidden geometry, weaving gently around invisible obstacles. When the divers hesitated, the ribbon slowed and paused, responding to uncertainty with patient stillness. The band offered continuity: move with care, breathe in cadence, allow the sea to recognize your presence without haste. As the sub glided forward, a faint hum resonated through the water, more tone than sound, aligning with the trench cadence. It pulsed in synchrony with the previous silver fringe but layered in depth, like multiple measures of an invisible composition. Divers instinctively lifted chins and squared shoulders at each pulse, guided by a protocol older than any chart or instrument. The black rung continued to teach in silence, its lessons unspoken, reliant on those willing to match its rhythm, not impose their own. Each maneuver became a dialogue, a pause, a gesture, a careful drift along unseen steps. Moments of surprise arrived when currents converged and diverged unexpectedly. The silver threads folded over one another, forming subtle intersections that felt like doors in motion. Breathing in rhythm with the sea, the crew navigated these crossing points with minimal effort, the water lending support to limbs as though encouraging confidence. Instruments displayed only ordinary readings, yet hydrophones captured clean notches of organized absence, magnetometers adjusted gently to subtle field changes. The lane whispered, a corridor shaped by patience, a careful architecture without walls, instructing travelers to move with awareness, humility, and continuity. As the journey progressed, the black rung widened and deepened subtly, revealing a network of intersecting bands that invited a new rhythm. The water held a lighter, warmer density at certain junctures, creating invisible bridges that stretched horizontally across channels. Divers felt these changes instinctively. A raised palm met the water with gentle resistance, a reminder to adjust posture and flow. Every movement became deliberate, each breath timed to a cadence that seemed authored by the ocean itself. A second submersible joined the path, mirroring the first, creating a duet of alignment. Together, they traced faint intersections, exploring nodes where currents conspired to form transient platforms. The hum beneath the surface expanded, a chorus of pulses layered over the trench cadence, reinforcing the importance of precision and patience. Dye traces illuminated the network, weaving ribbons that crossed and recrossed, forming complex lattices that suggested a language not spoken but felt, encoded in motion and pressure. Diver A paused at a particularly intricate crossing, where three minor bands converged at a shallow angle. The landing beneath felt firm but responsive, almost sentient in the way it guided weight and posture. As the diver adjusted stance, the bands pulsed gently, highlighting the path forward. Diver B followed, breathing in harmony, shoulders leveled, gaze fixed to invisible horizon points. The submersibles maintained perfect parallel, thrusters pulsing subtly in time with the hum, creating a synchronous ballet of human and ocean interaction. Above the surface, storm clouds gathered faintly, brushing against the horizon without committing to rainfall. Light fractured through the mist, casting faint glimmers on the matte black ribbons, emphasizing their subtle curvature. Within these currents, the explorers discovered that movement influenced presence, a hesitation, a misaligned step, and the water would correct, nudging without aggression, teaching without reprimand. It was as though the ocean maintained a ledger of intent, rewarding alignment with ease and discouraging discord with gentle resistance. Instruments continued to offer little explanation. Magnetometers adjusted to new vectors without pattern, hydrophones captured not absence but layered silences that suggested order in the chaos. Visual markers appeared only when the divers obeyed rhythm and posture, silver traces of dye, faint highlights of current intersections, and occasional luminescent patches that suggested resting points. The convergence, as the team began calling it, became a living classroom, a place where balance, patience, and attentiveness dictated progress more than physical strength ever could. As the last stretch of the black rung unfolded, the water transformed into a quiet repository, a silent archive where currents preserved memory rather than merely moving it. Every movement echoed subtly, leaving traces in density and temperature that faded gradually, like words written in invisible ink. Divers approached with a measured calm, aware that the ocean was both witness and teacher. The bands beneath their feet felt almost tactile, offering resistance and guidance in equal measure, shaping posture with gentle insistence. The submersibles glided along these hidden shelves, lights dimmed to a respectful dusk. Hydrophones captured layers of silence, punctuated by faint pulses that seemed deliberate, as if the sea was cataloging their crossing. Diver A traced a hand along the water, feeling subtle pressure changes, a conversation unspoken yet understood. Diver B followed, shoulders leveled, exhalations synchronized, creating a duet that resonated with the currents. The hum beneath them evolved, expanding into harmonics that marked nodes of interest, suggesting paths forward, waiting to be explored with patience and attention. Above, twilight painted the horizon in muted silver and soft navy. Light refracted on the matte black bands, revealing hidden textures, faint undulations, and occasional glimmers where microcurrents intersected. The silent archive recorded every decision, every pause, and every alignment. A single misplaced step resulted in a temporary hesitation, a ripple of resistance, reminding the divers that presence required mindfulness. The ocean did not scold, it simply maintained its ledger, rewarding precise alignment with effortless passage and teaching careful attentiveness through gentle correction. At several junctures, tiny pockets of bioluminescence shimmered along the bands, highlighting resting points or gentle transitions. Dye released earlier moved predictably through these pockets, forming delicate, interconnected threads that mapped the hidden architecture. The divers discovered that the black rung could be read not just as a path but as a manuscript, each pulse and pause an annotation, each shimmer a footnote to a larger story. Time became a secondary concern, alignment, cadence, and observation dictated the pace. By the final node, the divers paused on a flat expanse of water that felt like a polished floor, a perfect plane within the archive. Here, the ocean's voice was most evident, a gentle cadence that invited them to stand still, lift chins, breathe slowly, and listen. The submersibles hovered quietly, thrusters pulsing in harmony with the hum beneath. Every exhalation, every subtle motion, contributed to the rhythm, and in turn, the water reflected it back, refined and balanced. It was a place of understanding, where the black rung completed its lesson and offered a final, profound alignment of body, breath, and attention. From the silent archive the divers moved cautiously forward, carried by a current that was neither passive nor forceful but deliberate, as though the ocean itself wished to usher them into another state. They would later call this place the threshold current, though in the moment it felt less like an arrival and more like a slow unfolding, a hand extended in transition. It was not a wall or a gate, but a gradual thickening of the sea, a texture that surrounded them with quiet insistence, asking for attention rather than effort. Every movement pressed into this medium left faint impressions, as if the water itself remembered each step. The black rung beneath their feet no longer appeared as rigid bands but as supple ribbons, bending in sympathy with weight rather than resisting it. Where the archive had been sharp and demanding, the threshold current was forgiving. It accepted imbalance and returned steadiness, teaching through softness rather than strictness. Submersibles slowed instinctively, their lights dimmed until they merged with the muted glow around them. The hum that once rang clear now stretched into elongated tones, broad strokes of resonance that lingered like a cord suspended too long. For Diver A, this transformation brought a warmth that loosened tension across the shoulders, replacing strain with calm. Diver B noticed breathing deepen without intention, chest expanding more fully, lungs adjusting to a slower cadence. Together they no longer felt like performers locked inside an exacting pattern but participants within a wider rhythm. Above them twilight thickened into velvet indigo, faint stars breaking through, mirrored in the water's shifting surface. Reflections braided with darker currents below, weaving sky and sea into a seamless tapestry. The dye threads, once strict in their mapping, now spiraled outward in graceful arcs, like handwriting at the close of a letter. The threshold current demanded no discovery. It offered no hidden chambers, no sharp corrections waiting in the flow. Instead, it was a place of acknowledgement, where the divers instinctively paused, not from fatigue but recognition. One chapter had ended. The archive's voice had receded. This passage did not replace it but guided them forward with gentleness, the ocean's way of saying, "You have learned, now carry it within you." For a moment they stood still, reflections trembling in starlight, no urgency to advance. There was no push or pull, only unfolding, a bridge constructed not to test but to allow. In silence they crossed, aware that beyond this threshold lay the final expanse before the sea surrendered them back to stillness. The threshold current eventually released them into an expanse unlike the structured corridors they had known before. The water opened wide, uncluttered, stretching outward with an ease that seemed endless. Here the ocean was not a chamber, nor a stage, nor even a sanctuary. It was a horizon carried within liquid depth, and the divers drifted into it as though walking into the echo of a dream they had already forgotten but could still feel. Every sound was softened, each gesture elongated, as if time itself had been slowed to a patient cadence. Beneath them, the black rung dissolved into filaments, no longer bound in patterns but feathered strands that trailed away, vanishing into obscurity. What once had been maps or bindings now appeared as afterthoughts, reminders rather than rules. The diver sensed the sea was loosening its grip, peeling back layers that had once enclosed them. Yet this loosening was not abandonment. It felt instead like trust, the way a teacher steps aside when a student begins to walk steadily on their own. The tones, stretched and softened, resolved into chords of remarkable depth. They vibrated within ribs and spine, hollow bones answering like quiet instruments. Diver A reached out an arm, and the ripple that followed moved further than expected, widening before folding back again. Diver B, attuned to silence, recognized the absence of tension that once defined each stroke. Movement was now less about propulsion than about alignment, body merging with current, guided not by force but recognition. Above, the stars expanded their hold, constellations revealed more boldly through gaps in the clouds. Their mirrored counterparts shimmered across the surface, fracturing as waves passed, then reuniting again. The divers felt the peculiar sensation of looking simultaneously upward and downward, seeing the same lights framed by two skies. The ocean no longer separated them from above. It wove both realms into one vast dome of reflection. Here, memory returned in fragments. They remembered the pressure of earlier chambers, the precise corridors, the echoes that demanded decoding. But those recollections softened, their sharpness fading into something less like command and more like song. It was as if the archive had not only recorded the past but had also allowed its weight to dissolve in the water, leaving behind only resonance. The divers understood then, they were not meant to carry the structure, but the feeling it instilled. The sea's true gift was not in confinement, nor in correction, but in teaching release. To step beyond control, to let balance be carried rather than gripped. The ocean was whispering its final lesson, that the end of discovery is not possession but surrender. And so they continued, not with haste but with presence, letting each breath measure time, each ripple serve as reminder. Ahead, faint lines of light began to rise from the unseen, signaling that they were nearing the final passage. Beyond the widening expanse, the divers felt the water condense again, not into walls or bindings, but into an atmosphere of gravity, a weight that pressed gently yet insistently. It was not oppressive, it was ceremonial, as though the sea was lowering its voice for a final telling. The current gathered them inward, guiding their path without visible markers. This was not a chamber built of lines or rings, but a convergence, a place where every earlier lesson folded into coherence. The remnants of the black rung, now scattered threads, assembled briefly into shapes before unraveling. One moment the strands formed the arc of a doorway, the next they scattered into loose ribbons, drifting away like memories unwilling to remain fixed. Diver A watched the shifting forms and recognized them not as structures to follow but as reminders of choice. Diver B sensed no demand in the shifting flow, only invitation. Together they drifted onward, not bound, not tested, but carried. Above, the stars now appeared sharper, almost near enough to touch. Their reflections grew brighter upon the surface, bending with the water but never breaking. For the first time the divers felt the illusion that sky and sea had merged completely, erasing the distinction of above and below. The world had become a singular sphere of dark blue, filled with points of light. The tones of resonance, stretched thin in earlier passages, deepened here into a single, steady hum. It did not shift, did not test, did not falter. It filled the water evenly, as if the entire expanse had chosen one note to hold. Within that note, the divers' hearts slowed, their movements grew smaller, and their sense of time loosened further. Breaths arrived uncounted, unnoticed, as if they had been given back to the ocean to measure instead. Here, memory sharpened unexpectedly. The divers recalled the opening descent, the storm above, the first strike of resonance on the black rung. They remembered tension, correction, and the sensation of walls pressing in. Yet these recollections arrived not with weight but with clarity. It was not nostalgia, not regret, but the recognition of distance traveled. They had crossed the archive, endured its demands, and stepped through the current. What remained was not the burden of those moments, but the shape they had left behind. The sea's voice, steady and singular, seemed to murmur one truth: endings are not erasures. They are gatherings. Each passage, each resonance, each reflection had not been lost but folded into this final hum, where everything coexisted at once. For a time, the divers did not move. They hovered in stillness, listening to the note that was both ocean and memory. Only when the current nudged them onward did they continue, carried toward what felt unmistakably like the final horizon. Ahead, the water thickened with shadow, and within that shadow, a glow waited. The shadow ahead widened into a dome of stillness, darker than any corridor or chamber they had crossed. Yet within that darkness pulsed a steady glow, soft at first, then swelling with each breath they took. It did not dazzle or blind, but radiated like a memory uncovered, familiar though unspoken. The divers drifted nearer, and with every movement the light reshaped the water, layering it with warmth. This was not an arrival in the sense of destination, it was a culmination, a folding of all journeys into one. The current no longer guided with nudges. It released them entirely, as though acknowledging that their steps were now their own. The remnants of the black rung, those last threads, dissolved completely, absorbed into the glow. The lines that once demanded balance, the tones that once pressed correction, were gone. In their place was openness, unstructured yet whole, a field of light and shadow breathing together. Diver A lifted a hand, and the glow answered, stretching outward in ripples that moved not through the sea but through memory itself. Diver B exhaled slowly, and the glow pulsed in rhythm, responding like a mirror tuned to the innermost breath. They realized then that the sea was no longer teaching, nor was it testing. It was reflecting, showing them not what they lacked, but what they had carried all along. The resonance, once precise and sharp, had softened into a tone so vast it felt infinite. It did not rise or fall. It simply existed, a presence beyond change. Within it, the divers felt themselves loosen entirely, as if their outlines blurred into the medium around them. There was no longer a clear distinction of body, no rigid mark of separation. They were within the ocean, and the ocean was within them, each answering the other with no gap in between. Above, stars continued their vigil. Yet now, in this final convergence, they no longer appeared as distant points. They hung low, swelling, shimmering with the same glow that radiated within the water. Sea and sky became indistinguishable, mirrored not on a surface but throughout the whole of space. The divers did not speak, nor did they need to. What passed between them was unspoken recognition. The journey was complete, not in the sense of ending, but of unifying. They had not discovered a hidden vault, nor a final secret. They had arrived at reflection, the point where every step, every tone, every passage echoed together in wholeness. In stillness they remained, carried not forward but inward, until the glow folded over them like a closing tide. And in that fold, the ocean's last lesson became clear: nothing was lost, nothing forgotten. All was gathered, all was returned. The divers emerged from the fading pulse of the archive into a threshold unlike any they had encountered before, where the ocean's skin thickened into something weightless yet unyielding, like a membrane of invisible glass. It did not shimmer, nor did it sway. Instead, it held perfectly still, as though the sea itself had drawn a line and asked them to cross. They slowed their pace instinctively, aware that the threshold did not merely separate water from water, but divided perception from reflection, silence from echo, and being from recognition. Crossing it meant stepping into an ocean that no longer obeyed current or tide, but another, more elusive law, one that pressed upon their senses without sound. The water here bore a strange lucidity, magnifying every detail until the divers felt as if the world itself had been distilled into absolute clarity. Bubbles no longer drifted upward but clung, suspended in the exact place of their release, frozen in crystalline perfection. Light from the submersible stretched outward yet bent back upon itself, as though unwilling to travel too far from its source. Diver A extended a hand cautiously, fingers spread, and felt the surface resist just slightly before allowing passage. When they looked back, the imprint of the gesture remained for an instant, a faint outline in the water that dissolved like ink into air. Diver B whispered through the comms, and though the sound traveled, its echo seemed to answer from within their own helmets, not from the sea around them. Every forward movement was met with a subtle hesitation, as if the water itself weighed decisions before granting entry. Instruments read fluctuations that had no correspondence to temperature or salinity. Instead, they recorded rhythm, as though the threshold carried the heartbeat of the ocean itself. The divers realized this was not a wall to break through, but a mirror to step into, and in doing so, they felt the strangeness of walking into themselves. What pressed back was not resistance but reflection, not denial but recognition. They were moving deeper, yes, but also inward, into the shape the sea had kept for them all along. This was the ocean's silent greeting before the still mirror, an invitation that carried no words but spoke unmistakably: to pass through was to be seen. In the stillness that followed the confluence veil, the divers drifted into the realm the team named the Still Mirror. It was not merely reflection, it was replication without distortion, a plane so precise that sky and sea fused into a single, endless surface. Above and below answered each other with such fidelity that motion became a doubled event, a movement and its perfect reply. Here, gestures multiplied into choreography, a hand raised became two hands, breathing unfolded into twin rhythms, and posture returned to the travelers as a lesson fulfilled. The submersibles exhaled faint halos that were swallowed without ripple, and instruments that once tracked pulses now drew flat lines, evidence of an equilibrium the ocean had chosen to hold. Divers found themselves less explorers than witnesses, watching their own actions return to them in quiet succession, as though the sea kept an immaculate ledger of presence. There was no counsel here, no instruction or correction, only a mirror that offered recognition. See how you stand, who you have become when unhurried, how breath arranges bone and nerve. In that duplication, small discrepancies revealed themselves and were answered by the water's immaculate reply, awkwardness smoothed, haste softened, and old postures settled like a garment fitted anew. Above the surface, constellations hung low and clear; beneath, their stars exacted echoes where reflections held steady and did not break. The divers moved slowly so that their mirrored selves might keep pace, and in doing so learned the value of measures returned. This place taught acceptance, not of fate or of explanation, but of the quiet fact that presence can be observed and that the act of observation can, in turn, shape presence. When they finally lifted their hands and let the image dissolve, the sea kept the lesson, not as a mark on instruments but as a small, lasting shift in the way shoulders carried weight and voices rose and fell. Leaving the still mirror, each carried a double away, an internal companion of steadiness that would arrive ashore and arrange small domestic acts into practices of care. They surfaced carrying that double like a map, simple gestures that reshaped thresholds, pauses that kept doors kinder, a steadier breath that translated into gentler speech. The still mirror did not give answers, it gave a companionable accuracy, a quiet measure to carry into rooms and crossings beyond the water. It stayed with them like a calm echo. Beyond the still mirror, the divers entered a passage where light itself seemed reluctant to follow. It was not darkness in the usual sense, but an unraveling of visibility, as though the ocean had decided to fold its final secrets away. Their instruments, still flickering from the mirrored chamber, began to record nothing but static, faint pulses swallowed instantly by the quiet immensity. Each stroke forward dissolved into a corridor where distance became unknowable, and the sensation of falling replaced swimming. It was not gravity that pulled them, but inevitability, as though the archive itself had opened one last descent only they could travel. The sea's voice, so long absent, returned not as resonance but as breath pressed close against them, a tide of memory whispering within their helmets. They did not hear words, only currents of intent, a rhythm too vast for translation. Diver A felt it as warmth, a reminder of shores long gone. Diver B sensed it as a pulse behind their ribs, synchronizing heart with abyss. For every meter they descended, the water grew thicker with recognition, not hostility but presence, heavy and undeniable. It was as if the archive acknowledged them, not as intruders but as necessary witnesses. A faint glow began to form below, not sharp like the mirror's constellations but diffused, a haze like embers sunk beneath waves. It did not guide them, it drew them. Shapes stirred within it, not structures or relics but outlines of movement, drifting with intention too slow to perceive. The divers realized the descent was not toward an object but into a field of memory itself, each shimmer a fragment of all that had ever touched the ocean, ships, storms, voices, and silences layered into one breathing mass. They were no longer swimming through water, but through the lived history of the sea. And then, without transition, the pull stopped. They hovered above a threshold where the glow deepened into shadow, and the water itself felt reluctant to let them pass. Their lights caught only fragments, a line, a curve, perhaps the edge of something vast. The last descent had brought them here, but beyond this threshold was neither passage nor mirror, only a stillness that pressed closer than sound. They knew, with the certainty only silence can give, that crossing it would not reveal a new chamber but end the journey itself. At the edge of the last descent, the divers found themselves suspended before a vast and invisible door. It was not built, nor carved, nor measured in stone or steel, it was a boundary woven from silence, stretched across the abyss like a skin of waiting. The glow below dimmed, folding inward, until what remained was only the suggestion of depth, a shadow that refused to be named. Here, the ocean no longer invited nor resisted. It simply held, as if to ask whether crossing forward meant entering something beyond discovery, beyond return. The divers, long accustomed to the archive's trials, did not attempt to force their way. Instead, they hovered, listening. Their breath, magnified in helmets, became the only rhythm. Heartbeats ticked like distant drums, fragile against the immensity pressing close. The silence grew heavier, until even the faint hum of oxygen faded into a hush so complete it seemed impossible they still lived. Yet they did. Suspended between currents, they felt the ocean observe, patient as stone. No command was spoken, no barrier moved, but the choice, whether to remain or to cross, hung weightless before them. Diver A reached out a hand, gloved fingers brushing the dark that was not quite water. It yielded slightly, like fabric trembling, but did not break. The gesture was enough. Diver B placed a hand upon their shoulder, steadying not against fear but recognition. Together they understood, the archive's final lesson was not a revelation to be seized, but a threshold to be honored. To cross might mean dissolution, to remain might mean exile, but acknowledgement itself was the ending the sea required. The ocean had given them every image, every sound, every silence. Here, it offered nothing but choice. Slowly, they retracted their hands. The boundary pulsed faintly, once, as though acknowledging their restraint, then stilled. The divers exhaled, and the water around them seemed to exhale in answer, a shared breath across the threshold. For a moment, the abyss felt less like an ending and more like a mirror of their own patience, their own humility. The sea had not tested them with puzzles or dangers, but with endurance, to watch, to listen, to arrive without demanding. And in that patience, they realized, the journey was complete, whether they crossed or not. We have walked together through corridors no map records, across rungs no tide explains, and into mirrors that dissolve the difference between presence and reflection. What began as a seam in calm water has become an unbroken journey of attention, an invitation to see, to breathe, and to stand differently within mystery. Each part of this passage has added to the ledger, not as separate stories, but as intervals in one long rhythm. Tonight, that rhythm comes to rest, and it is time to gather what it has written in us before we step forward into whatever the next mystery will be. Think back to the first threshold. The black rung stretched straight across the ocean like a thought the sea had underlined. It did not bend, it did not curl, it did not explain. It only asked for level shoulders and quiet passage. The first time we saw a hand press against invisible firmness, or a footprint take shape where no surface should exist, we thought it strange. But now, after so many crossings, we know it was not strange. It was a lesson disguised as phenomenon. Balance is possible even in a place that should not hold you. The rung carried not answers, but alignment. From there, the ocean multiplied its voices. The vaults taught us that breath could be filed the way libraries file pages, not for the noise itself, but for the intervals between. The choir returned our exhalations as music, and in that music we discovered a rule more enduring than tide, to listen first, and only then to move. The crossbeam showed us right angles where none should be, sorting intention the way architecture sorts space. The step pattern gave us footprints to follow, not because the sea wanted obedience, but because it wanted us to remember that grace is offered when care is practiced. And when storms threatened, the night of leveling taught us that even weather carries courtesy. The band widened, offering space for clumsy steps. The keeper appeared, absorbing danger in silence. The rope of light braided from breath reminded us that even in the loudest hour of rain and wind, a path exists for those who breathe with discipline. That was not superstition. That was survival through respect. Then came the deeper journeys, the ones we carried beyond the first 13 sections. In the abyssal ledger, the sea wrote not our names, but our intervals, filing every gesture as if permanence lived in small things. In the confluence veil, we learned that currents could braid into light, veils of patience that permitted or denied us not with hostility, but with calm refusal. And in the still mirror, the sea stopped speaking altogether, showing us that the truest reflection is not the surface of water, but the discipline we bring to it. By the time we reached the threshold's edge, where silence itself became the final door, we understood, the ocean was not giving us secrets. It was giving us posture. This is what mystery does when treated properly. It does not bend itself to our impatience, it does not unravel itself because we demand it. Mystery teaches us to be smaller, steadier, more careful. It trains our breath. It straightens our shoulders. It slows the noise we bring into places that prefer silence. And if we learn these habits in water, we can carry them into every other corridor of life. Because tonight, though our journey was through seas and vaults, tomorrow's mystery might belong to a very different landscape. It may appear in medicine, where the body keeps riddles science still struggles to name. It may rise in education, where learning itself is a labyrinth of questions older than our answers. It may take form in history, psychology, technology, or the quiet enigmas of daily life. Mystery wears many faces, and none of them owe us clarity. But all of them reward us if we approach with patience, with discipline, with courtesy. That is why this outro does not end with the promise of a single kind of story. The sea was one beginning, but it will not be the only passage. Ahead lie other chambers, other ledgers, other mirrors, some made of water, some of thought, some of flesh and time. Each of them will test us in the same way. Will we rush and demand, or will we breathe and listen? Will we try to own, or will we accept being received? The choice is always ours, and the weight of that choice always shapes what happens next. As you sit here now, consider what you carry with you from these hours. Perhaps you remember the first time a diver felt taller, posture corrected by water that had decided to bear him upright. Perhaps you remember the die riding the rung like a thread through cloth, or the rope of light that braided itself from measured breath. Perhaps you remember the mirror, infinite and still, showing you that reflection is not confined to glass but lives in silence itself. These images are not puzzles to be solved. They are companions. Let them walk with you into your own storms, your own corridors, your own thresholds. Mystery has no fixed address. It will find you again in a classroom, or a hospital, or a conversation that stops you with a silence deeper than explanation. When it does, remember what the ocean taught: pause one beat before you cross. Lift your chin on the fourth step. Let your breath fall into rhythm. Courtesy is not decoration, it is the currency that keeps thresholds open. Carry that, and you will move straighter, even when the world seems bent. For those drifting now into rest, let the cadence you learned tonight guide you into sleep. Breathe 4 in, 4 out. Do not force images, let them arrive as they wish. If you see the rung stretching straight as thought, let it pass beneath you. If you see vaults glowing like shelves of pearl, let them hold your breath as though it were music. If you see the mirror, endless and still, let it reflect your rest back to you until waking feels lighter. You are not required to solve. You are only invited to stand correctly within what is offered. For those who remain awake, treat wakefulness itself as another mystery, not an enemy. Set your cup gently on the table and see if the room answers with softer echoes. Cross your hallway and pause one beat at the threshold to see if it feels kinder. Even land, even walls, remember posture. The sea's lessons are not confined to salt water, they are written into rhythm itself, and rhythm is everywhere. I owe thanks to the elders whose stories carried bearings science could not measure, thank you. To the divers who lent breath and balance to corridors no chart recorded, thank you. To the instruments that failed gracefully and reminded us that not everything submits to measurement, thank you. To the mysteries themselves, patient and unwilling to flatter, thank you. And to you, who stayed through every rung, vault, mirror, and threshold, giving your time and your patience, thank you most of all. This channel is a fragile vessel, carried not by certainty but by trust. You gave that trust, and together we walked straighter than we could have alone. Now the corridor closes, not with answers, but with intervals. The ledger records our presence, not as names, but as rhythm. The rung remains in the ocean, waiting for those who will level their shoulders. The vaults hold their shelves of breath, filing silence with patience. The mirror still waits for the one who can accept reflection without demand. And the threshold remains, not as a barrier, but as a question: will you honor the silence, or will you try to break it? For now, the choice is behind us, and the ocean is at rest. Ahead lies the next mystery. I cannot tell you what shape it will take, only that it will arrive. It may wear water, or it may wear words. It may stand in history, or hide in science, or whisper from the edges of a story you thought you understood. What matters is not its costume, but your posture when you meet it. Stay tuned. Stay patient. Stay steady. Another corridor is already waiting, and it will ask again what every mystery asks: will you listen before you cross? Good night, traveler. Rest if you can, wake if you must. The tide will keep its count whether your eyes are closed or open. When the next story arrives, I hope you will be here, breathing with me, shoulders level, ready to enter the silence together. Until then, carry the habits you learned, and let them shape the thresholds you cross on land. Courtesy is not superstition, it is survival. Mystery is not danger, it is invitation. Together, they make the map by which we travel straighter than the sea, calmer than the storm, steadier than the world that waits outside this voice. Thank you and good night.